Amangana, kese abas amuredi amutla mangana, kese tibatibas amagumale kwa bopedi. Bare wons isitloja mamus ocha, sitloja makot olele mateu, sitloja mapolisaga sopela. Bare mat ulani le siribani, kima polisala be warugana maloba, aruga memma pichanu ali soka. Bare aribus avanke mus arirele banna gaili tumas analona release akai papili omutsam ramrish yamakwa baga pakele utana maroteng anti baga pa omutseris na oli ruo karelisa lich aba maune lich abe mus agutsala la gusikukune oba ngwana moramut e uyetla uhlori gapa agapa o mutsama kwa tsama wewe tsa tlos abela mosaletsi rena raja o mutsama kwa tswana go la ya o mu ya motho ke masitla pelo tlabiro la mokokotlong wa o mu alat arinya ranto benkaris ana marota kare ba go ba le botsamba nna o ro marotele molele ka nke moloi ke wana a khotwa mapitsane kare malukas alo bona bana ke ba moramrishama kwa rena re sailo bona se ba sire go mashile kwa mashishi ba mashile kare kale belo morama kwa magatsa sihludi garant o ba bona o shafeta ga ba tsena ka tropongi ba mutiaka ata dipitsi a le ka santya a sonantaka moranka di menga fuma aba tsena ke bogas Kabira sabala peteri ditaba. Haragale komana chepedi rebolochi. Kankebele na nkebe ke bolale memma pitanalis oka muramuch aja sitimele sale boshigo samotanya kama sapitoria. Baru sailo rutabus ale ba go bolela sekgowa le gona o tloretela marota. Re tshaba badi.
Halala. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause. And now I'd like to call the Tshwane University of Technology students to offer us a short drama. Oh, okay. I'm told that they're not ready or they're not here. I'm not sure. I'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for them, they'll probably then come later in the program. And if they are not here, we will just continue with the program. And with that, good morning. Dumelang. My name is Puleng Sekgalo, and I'm based here at UNISA. I'm the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair, and I have the honor to be your program director for today. Please allow me to introduce myself again. Lebitso la ka ke Puleng wa ha Sekgalo. Ke moradi wa Sekgalo, moradi wa ba Tshweneng, ke mohurutsi. Ke Motshweneng, Motshweneng wa ha Khiba, le mpona ka makopo tje. Ke leme le letsho, ke o koma ditlhare. Ke moradi wa ba Tshweneng, setloholo sa Bataung. Sebata tawana e tshehlana. Ha ke puruma ke rora marung. Phofolo tse ding di tshetshellla morao. Aha. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great joy and pride that we gather today to celebrate the 25th anniversary of International Mother Language Day. This milestone is not merely a date on our calendar, but a vibrant affirmation of our rich linguistic and cultural tapestry in the African continent. Before we start, please allow me to acknowledge Hosigadi ya lapeng mona, our mother, Professor Puleng Linkabula, who is our principal and vice chancellor here at UNISA. Allow me also to acknowledge our keynote speaker for today, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, our premier here in the province of Gauteng. I would like to also welcome our partners in this endeavor. So this is not just a UNISA endeavor, but it's also a collaboration between UNISA and Puku Children's Literature Foundation, represented here today by Me Eleanor Sisulu and her colleagues. We also have the Indigenous Languages Initiatives for Advancement, ILIFA. If you know what that means, you understand the wealth and the importance of our language. They could not have chosen a better name. And with that, I would like to acknowledge our colleagues in that regard. Mr. Mabuto Sitole and Ms. Fazila Munzi. And I would also like to acknowledge our partners for today, the Tshwane University of Technology. I was really looking forward to the short story, but hopefully it will still happen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, baina le dikgaitsedi bomme le bontate. Ke sa pheta hape hoba ho thwe madume ha fele ke re dumelang. There's something that our Vice Chancellor always does, and I've always wanted to analyze that a little bit, and today offers me that opportunity. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkabula, often begins her addresses with greetings in the various official languages. And when one reflects on these greetings, we realize that this practice is more than just a formality, doing it just for the sake of doing it. It is a heartfelt acknowledgement of our diverse identities and a reminder that each language carries its own unique heritage and wisdom. She greets us in our languages as an affirmation that could be reflected upon, and that says to all of us, Siyanibona. Uyasibona. Professor Linkabula, embodying the essence of a true Mosotho woman, emphasizes the profound significance of greeting unisons and other guests in their native languages. This practice exemplifies the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are, which underscores the interconnectedness of humanity and holds a central place in our African culture. Botho ba rona. Now today, the International Mother Language Day, which was established by UNESCO in 1999, serves to promote linguistic, cultural diversity, and multilingualism. As UNESCO eloquently states, languages are the most powerful instruments of preserving and developing our tangible and intangible heritage. By celebrating this day, we not only honor our own languages, but also foster understanding, tolerance, and dialogue among diverse cultures. This year, the 2025 celebration marks a quarter of a century of dedicated efforts to preserve linguistic diversity and to promote the use of our mother tongues. Ha re bueng maleme a bo rona ka boikgantsho. This milestone highlights the critical role of language preservation in safeguarding cultural heritage, improving education outcomes, and creating a more peaceful, sustainable societies. But ladies and gentlemen, we cannot achieve this, as Me Eleanor Sisulu told me yesterday, by just talking. An African proverb reminds us, and it says, a roaring lion kills no one. Ke qadile ka re ke tau ke a roara. Empa hona le ho roara. Hona le ho hlasela. You cannot achieve anything by just roaring. You cannot achieve anything by just sitting and just talking about it. It is my hope, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that today we are going to talk, yes, and then beyond the talking, we are going to move towards action after this event. And Puku, Ilifa, and Unisa have endeavored on this quest to make sure that we move beyond just talking. So we're here to invite you in this quest to reclaim Maleme abo rona. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pause here because we have not been welcomed. I was just greeting you. Now I would like to call the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences here at UNISA, Professor Zethu Nkosi, azosamkela kahle. Sakwamkela ma.
Sanibonani. Namhlanje sivumelekile ukukhuluma ilwimi zethu. Ngiyabonga mphathi ohlelo for ukunginika leli thuba. Igama uZethu Nkosi. Ngiqhamuka le KZN. Ngikhuluma isiZulu phaqa. Siyajabula uma sikhuluma ngolwimi esaluncela ebeleni. That's why we say mother tongue language. Ngizothi nje molweni, sanibonani, ndimacheloni. Abshen. Lochan. Jambo. Dumelang. Tobela. Goeiemôre. Good morning. Amanene namanenekazi. It's my gratitude and pleasure to welcome you all to this big event, International Mother Tongue Language. I'm just checking the guys in the house. I'm asking myself why it's not a father language. I'm not going to give you the answer. You need to respond. I would like to welcome our students, staff, CHS community, TUT community, Ilifa, Puku, our citizen number one at UNISA, our principal and vice chancellor and the premier for taking their time, busy schedule to be with us, and all our delegates, and then in isiZulu city, nonke namukelekile. So feel it all. Due to time pressure, VC, I'm just going to shorten my speech to give you extra 10 minutes from mine. Yes, as you all know that South Africa's socio-linguistic profile is one of the most daring one in the world, most known, most used, with 12 official languages, including our sign language. Unfortunately, we don't have our sign language interpreter. We are looking at a wider range of indigenous heritage and the language that is spoken across 9 provinces. The language diversity is deeply intentional. What we do here at the University of South Africa is being intentional, As you all know that the University of South Africa is the only university in the country that teaches all languages. It's based in the College of Human Sciences, the one that I lead. Yes. When we look into cultural identity, social structures, and economic impacts, there is an element of language. However, language has historically been a barrier to economic participation for many South Africans, especially those who cannot engage in other languages except the mother tongue. But we believe that with this event and our partnerships, we are going to enable others to be part of the big community in terms of education, business, and governance. The theme today, it says economic assets, unlocking growth through linguistic diversity. It aligns with the UNESCO's theme by emphasizing the economic value and the role in promoting inclusive growth and innovation in South Africa. So this theme is relevant given the country's complex history, evolving language policies, and the urgent need for us to leverage linguistic diversity for economic empowerment and also social transformation. As I mentioned earlier, that as the University of South Africa, we are having 12 languages being taught in our spaces, and we need now to teach science using our mother tongue language. We need to encourage and also work in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, because when students come to varsity, they've already mastered language, and most of the concepts are shared in English. So this is our role as the community to make sure that we start teaching our kids in our mother tongue language. It also exposes us to make sure that we do have resources. We write books in our mother tongue languages. We also speak mother tongue language in our home. Why is mother tongue language so important? Evidence suggests that teaching and learning in the mother tongue language, it builds strong foundation for the learner's cognitive development. It improves communication skills. It helps us to create an emotional connection between the learner and also the learning environment. Learning in the mother tongue is the best that we can do to education. We are encouraging the Department of Basic Education to start teaching our kids using mother tongue language, because that will promote and preserve our languages. When they come to university, they will have the basic knowledge. Multilingual education based on the mother empowers all learners to fully make a contribution in the country, in the society. It fosters one to understand and respect one another. It also helps to preserve the wealth of cultural and traditional heritage that is embodied in all the languages around the world. Without wasting much time, I would love to say, ladies and gentlemen, namugelekile eUNISA, masi enjoy what will be delivered today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nkosi, for contextualizing the day for us, and most importantly, for welcoming us. Re ka rola dieta jwale ra rola dikatiba hoba re amohelehile mona lapeng. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised that we will have the TUT drama, and I've checked around, and we do have someone from TUT who is going to be coming to represent and to do the short drama for us. Sir, over to you.
That was the most imagine who are we without our mother language? Eh? Because in English, you are not Movenda because you were born in Venda. No Movenda because Chivenda baby wakaini. It's in you, this thing was born. So it's time to embrace it, was born. And ngandanya has because this thing, this thing will also help you to have access to many things. Musbon, academic success, Musbon, preserving cultures, so many things. One entrepreneurship. So it's time for you now. Nti jenisa kazo jitu manza the culture. Nyimbo za Chivenda. Chichi doli mchabona dada. Mchabona. Ndibufa mchabona dada. Mchabona. Nidirwe kana mchabona dada. Mchabona. Porano dada. Because dirwe ni kana ngizituzwa mongana. Nani narande una mo panyaza lusufi ngini tata.
Royo buanga manda we. Hey, Rokozamo. Yeah, I see what you did there. Proper mic drop. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme for today, language as an economic asset, unlocking growth through linguistic diversity. One of our former colleagues, Professor Pinky Pasha, writes a lot about language and the power of economics, language as an economic asset. And she gives an example of the banks. I don't know how many of us still use ATMs or go to the bank because now we do our banking on our phones. But when you go to the ATM, there's options. Would you like to do your transaction in isiZulu, Chivenda, Sesotho, English? May I see by a show of hands, how many of us choose Sesotho? Beautiful. I saw 3 hands in a room full of, I don't know, 200 of us maybe. And this is what Prof speaks about in her work, that we look at language as a right, but we also need to look at language as a resource. And today we're here to speak about language as an economic asset. I don't know why you're not using Sesotho or Chivenda as we speak about the importance of using our languages, not only to speak to one another, but also to transact. So when they did the statistical analysis, the analytics showed them that only, as we saw in the room, just a quick survey, that 3 hands went up. It's exactly the same when you look nationwide. So the resources that go into ensuring that we've got our languages to use in the different spheres of our lives. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. We cannot and we should not just talk about the importance of our indigenous languages, our mother tongue, but it should also be in the doing. So when we're thinking about capital, when we're thinking about economics, when we're saying language is an asset, what are we talking about? Embracing linguistic diversity extends beyond cultural preservation. It offers substantial economic advantages. And here at UNISA, we recognize language as a pivotal economic asset. By integrating multiple languages into our educational and professional domains, we unlock new markets and cultivate inclusive environments, enabling individuals from diverse linguistic backgrounds to engage fully in their economy. In South Africa, proficiency in multiple languages enhances employability and broadens access to economic opportunities. Multilingual individuals, like I heard this morning, Mama Maralo, I acknowledge you, and she was proudly sharing with us that she can speak all our indigenous languages. Let's please give her a round of applause. You are our national asset. Am I allowed to share which one, or is our secret? If you can read between the lines, you get it. So multilingual individuals like Memaralo can navigate various cultural contexts, foster better client relationship, and open avenues not only here at home, but internationally as well. And so, Honorable Premier Ntate Lesufi, I'm sure you will agree with me that this linguistic versatility is particularly advantageous in sectors such as tourism, in retail, in education sectors, and customer service, where effective communication is paramount. And to speak further in the context of UNISA and beyond, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me ho amohela Kgosihadi ya rona, me Professor Puleng Lenkabula, our Principal and Vice Chancellor, to offer her opening remarks.
Dumelang. The idea of Kgosigadi is still new to me, so pardon me if you see me confused. You'll understand. Thank you very much, Professor Sekgalo. Sanbonan. Khotsong. Assalamu alaikum. Khemore. Absheni, Lochani, Molweni. Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Sekgalo for inviting me to share with you a brief insights around this important topic and our commitment as the University of South Africa to really entrusting and committing to the promotion of African languages as languages of science, of economy, and not just of conversations. I think this is an important commitment around the investments that this university intends to commit at all material times. I apologize. The doctors have not found a way to help me. So I have to change. I couldn't see. So let me thank Program Director, Professor Sekgalo, Distinguished Professor in Psychology, and Chief Albert Luthuli, Research Chair. Honorable Premier, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, the Premier of Gauteng Province. Can I request Mkhulukwani Medidietzane? Yeah, sure. Kiko parekale. Are trying. Thank you. Thank you. It is not often that we find premiers making time to reflect intellectually with us as society and as institutions of learning to reimagine the future that we must carve together. And that welcome premier, those Mididi are truly meant to appreciate the time that you've made to be with us, to reflect with us, to learn with us and from us, and for us to learn from you and your experiences. So welcome to UNISA, the home of leaders, and you are truly, truly welcome. I'm hoping that you'll feel warm. Thank you very much. Let me also recognize our Dean of College of Human Sciences, Professor Zethu Nkosi, and all the college management present here. I also noticed that there are other deans. I saw Professor Budeli. I truly appreciate your presence. Let me thank our partner and quite an anchor of literature, children's literature, African languages, Me Eleanor Sisulu. I'm truly appreciative when Sisulu made an appeal that UNISA cannot be on the margins and must be at the center of enabling the success of African languages to help youth and young adults and children to be proud in themselves, but to optimize their languages for the betterment of our society. I thought this was a great, great proposition, Ms. Sisulu, and we are very appreciative that you are a partner to this university with the great work that you do, not only for the children, but also for the future. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Fazila Munti, Chairperson of Poku Children's Literature Foundation, for your accompaniment and presence. Mr. Mabuto Sitole, the Chairperson of Indigenous Language Initiative for Advancement, representative of the National Language Services from the Department of Sports, Art and Culture, Professor Sisanga Tiali, Director of School of Arts, College of Human Sciences, as well as the Deputy Dean, Professor Mashau, Dr. Sandiso Kobe, Senior Lecturer of Bantu Dialogues Research Chairperson, a Senior Lecturer at the University of South Africa. I don't know that other credential, so we will deal with UNISA. Professor Pinky Patla, the former chair of UNISA Department of African Languages, Mr. Leslie Musina, South African actor, voiceover artist, DJ, and TV presenters. Did you see him? Yes. Not just on TV, in person. So I'm happy that you're here. We welcome you to UNISA. Representatives from national, provincial, and local government, members of civil society, UNISA Student Representative Council. I saw the Secretary General, Mr. Apiwe Dlamini. We are quite appreciative, and all sister institutions of higher learning in attendance. I also saw Professor, the former registrar of the University of South Africa, Professor Mulamo. If you know Tsotsi Dao, you know that he's one of the... Can I please request a round of applause for him? Thank you, Prof. Mulamo, for being here. I also would like to acknowledge Professor Mwepe, who has been quite central to this project. We may not be aware, but I'm quite appreciative that Professor Mwepe and Professor Litswalo and Dr. Litswalo, you've worked together to really remind us about the imperative of African languages in various iterations, including in translanguaging as part of teaching. So thank you very much for your presence. And of course, you can go to any wedding in Limpopo or any other part of the country without hearing pleasure. I was actually thinking she was going to be the first one when we started, so that we start with high performance. But you're welcome, pleasure. Can I please request you to give her a round of applause? Baru tunsisa lirwele at all times. So thank you very much. Matoke, Tshwane University of Technology, short drama students, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I've already greeted you, so good morning. Khatsong. I'm truly honored and privileged to stand before you today as we celebrate International Mother Language Day, a day dedicated to the richness of linguistic diversity and the preservation of mother tongues across the globe. Today, the University of South Africa and its partners, the Poku Children's Literature Foundation, the Indigenous Language Initiative for Advancement, and Tshwane University of Technology, not only recognize the power of language in shaping identities, societies, but also in reaffirming our commitment to fostering multilingualism, translanguaging, and our African languages as languages that promote prosperity, inclusivity, social justice, economic transformation and development, and indeed innovation. Oftentimes we think it is in the borrowed tongues of English, French, and others that innovations are manifest. But we should learn that our African languages are quite important imperatives for transforming our societies, for inventive spirit, for economic transformation, but also for creating humanizing grammar and logics that remind us we who were colonized, we who had to exist in the context of apartheid, we who fought for the freedom to being human, that these languages are not left out, but they constantly remind us of the agitation of why we are human and why as human beings we must be agents for change and change for the betterment of our societies. And in the words of the alumnus of this university, the first democratic president, His Excellency Nelson Mandela, he says, if you talk to a man or a woman in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his or her language, that goes to his heart. In this statement, our own cognitive abilities and our feelings, our affective domains must intersect to optimizing language to better our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Mother Day was an initiative of Bangladesh that was later endorsed by United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in 1999. Since its first observance in 2000, this day has served as a reminder of the need to protect and promote linguistic diversity worldwide. In 2025, we mark significant milestones, the 25th anniversary of the International Mother Language Day. This milestone reflects a quarter century of unwavering dedication to the preservation of linguistic diversity and multilingual education and cultural heritage. But for us here in South Africa, we cannot use this date as the date that helped us to unmask the imperative of languages. We are well aware of scholars such as Eskia Mphahlele, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Amina Mama, and others who made a call for Africa's languages to be at the center of teaching, research, and innovation, and therefore we build on these historical trajectories from the belly of the continent, but also from our own wells, and we harness them to connect with this important aspiration of UNESCO. This milestone also reflects a quite important idea that promoting our dignity, peace, and understanding, we need to understand one another. As we celebrate this anniversary, we must not only reflect on the past achievements, but renew our commitment to accelerating progress towards building a world where all languages are valued and preserved. The urgency of this mission is clear. By 2030, we must ensure that linguistic diversity remains at the heart of our efforts to building an inclusive and sustainable societies. I want to impel on us, Program Director, that multilingual and multicultural societies thrive because the languages sustain them, the languages promote innovations, the languages become the sites of diversification and yet convergence. Our languages are not just mere tools of communication, they are the vessels of history, of traditions, of sciences, and of our knowledges, whether indigenous, endogenous, modern, or even our future aspirations. Through languages, we transmit wisdom from one generation to the next, ensuring that our cultures remain vibrant and meaningful. Let us reflect on the wisdom of our forebears who understood the power of unity as captured in our proverbs, indigenous proverbs. For instance, my own mother tongue, Sesotho, teaches us that hlahlela lilla kaleleng, meaning a chain link needs another to make a sound. If we're not connected with one another, we cannot succeed. That idea of Ubuntu, that we are inextricably bound with one another as we are with our ecology. If we don't take care of each other, if we don't take care of our ecology, we may not thrive, and we do so through our languages. I'm going to try the Chivenda proverb, knowing that Professor Budeli is sitting here. She'll correct me later. I'll take a bite because this is a language that's a tongue twister for me. It says, Mune muti atusi matutu. One finger alone cannot pick up grains. Did we try? If we didn't, we'll try, we'll practice. And then, colleagues, it's also true that hayo mutu aka hahang ndlu alimu. There's no human being who can build a house alone. And this is a Setswana saying that we must be appreciative of, that we must be together in the promotion of the humanizing knowledge systems in our country and in our continent, but also projecting the best that Africa and Africa's languages are about in the world. Finally, the tenors of the proverbs reveal that the fundamental truth that in unity lies our strength. Just as no one single person can build a house alone, no single language can fully encapsulate the richness of human experiences in our context, but also in the world. It is through multilingualism that we bridge the divides, foster understanding, build stronger communities, and create countercultures to cultures of violence, of oppression, and of denigration of the other. It is languages that help us to accomplish those. At the University of South Africa, we recognize the transformative power of languages in education and social development. UNISA, as Professor Zethu Nkosi has already said, is the only university that teach 11 out of the 12 official languages, that ensuring that the linguistic diversity is both celebrated and nurtured. We draw on other universities to learning the 12th language, but we are also investing through our ACSWID, which is the Advocacy Center for Students or people living with disabilities, to ensure that the 12th language is not marginalized. And if you look behind colleagues, we do have colleagues who are using the 12th language to interpret for those who require it. I wish to request that we give our 12th language interpreter a round of applause. Thank you very much. I appreciate. In the modern globalized economy, language is an economic driver that fosters trade, tourism, and international cooperation. The multilingual nature of South Africa presents a unique opportunity to leverage our linguistic diversity for economic growth. Studies have shown that multilingual societies have a competitive edge in the global market as they can engage with broader spectrum of consumers and businesses. Our indigenous languages are a gateway to economic participation for millions of South Africans, but also for those in the continent, including in the rural communities. They facilitate access to education, healthcare, and financial services, ensuring that no citizen is left behind in the pursuit of economic prosperity. And so, Biban Chumbu cogently reminds us that the intellectualization of Africa's languages and their use will lead to a democratization of access to scientific knowledge and technology to the benefit of the masses of the rural population who now wallow in ignorance, misery, disease, hunger, because such life-saving knowledge systems and skills are currently confined to a foreign language accessible to a privileged few. I think Chumbu reminds us that our African languages must be the languages that we invest in so that we are not dependent on the languages of the other. When businesses and institutions incorporate indigenous and endogenous languages into their operations, they expand their reach, they cultivate stronger relationships with their customers. However, despite the inherent economic value of our languages, they face numerous challenges. It's the role of universities to be at the center of projecting languages, including in national policy, in budget systems, in teaching and innovation, so that this idea of economic transformation through languages finds resonance and practice. One of the most pressing challenges is the marginalization of indigenous languages in formal economic sectors. English and Afrikaans continue to dominate in business, government, and education, often sidelining other 10 official languages. Here at UNISA, we've been punished through legal systems when we tried to engender African languages as languages of teaching, of education, and knowledge. And you'll know that we were taken to court because the ask from others was that only English and Afrikaans were to be dominant. And I dare say we, as the university, decided we were going to review our policy to ensure that African languages are as central to the investments and the teaching and learning at UNISA as it is Afrikaans and English. And we make no apology for us as a university to wanting African languages as the center of the knowledge arena as we do other languages. This is quite important a stance because transformation, liberation, emancipatory praxis cannot just be talked about. We must bite the bullet. We must take charge of those aspects that others fear to follow through, because as Unisans, We must dare to go where lions fear to tread for the benefit of the emancipatory project of our country. Additionally, African languages are often perceived as being lesser economic value compared to global languages such as English, Mandarin, French, and Arabic. I dare say, if we really invest, we will realize that it is their underutilization that has obstructed our economic transformation. And therefore, in the words of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who has rightly argued, Africa's global visibility through European languages has meant Africa's invisibility in African languages. Did you hear? Ngugi says, if we just think in English, we are obstructing the opportunities of being visible through our knowledge systems and our languages. And akine ke batla ho bua e ka re puleng una ka translate ka pulelo tse ding. Ke nahana hore dikereke tsa rona e seng tsena tsa sekgowa tsa hallelujah, praise God. No. Mo moruti ha re bo mme le bo ntate, and then ho be le bo mama lo baba. You realize that we are losing the best of practices that were central to making education important, not just fashionable, in our society. Perhaps, Professor Mashao, because you are a theologian, it's also about time that in the churches, our languages become the central communicative tongue. And then the English and Afrikaans and others become the interlocuting languages that we just use for those who may not understand, and sometimes there's no need even to use them. So I think we need to really invest in how these become powerful opportunities for business, for trade, for diplomacy in a globalized world. I also want to state that a call to action is very important, that we don't just celebrate this significant day, that we don't just reaffirm our commitment to linguistic diversity and inclusion, that in our curriculum, in our educational system, in our socialization of students and orientation, let us continue to advocate for policies that appreciate our languages in education, in innovation, in business, and society at large. I want to close with the words of Ngugi wa Thiong'o when he argues, we cannot afford to be intellectual outsiders in our own land. We must reconnect with the buried alluvium of African memory and use it as a base for a further planting of African memory on the continent and in the world. This can only result in the empowerment of African languages and the cultures and make them pillars of a more self-confident Africa, ready to engage the world through give and take, but from its base in African memory, African archives, and African imagination of their futures. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand together in celebrating our languages, not only as cultural treasures, but as economic assets that can drive growth and prosperity. Thank you, Kia leboha, ngiyabonga, Rovuile, yakensa, thank you. Thank you.
Ho thwe re utlwile. I could not be more proud to be a Unison than I am at this moment. Thank you very much, Professor Puleng Linkabula. We at UNISA say we are, or we want to be, we aspire to be, we are in the journey, the process, ongoing, of being the African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity. And I believe that the work that the university is doing towards achieving us providing this service is also instrumental in how we teach, and therefore language becomes very important. I'm very honored that UNISA has taken the bold step that it has towards that destination. Prof. Linkabula said she wished I could translate what she was saying. Empa nna ke re Sesotho ha se tolokwe. Ya utlwileng o utlwile. Ya sa utlwang ao. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pause, and for you, Prof. Puleng Linkabula, invite Pleasure Ramadimecha Peter. She is known as Pleasure Jamanyalo, a South African artist from Tshwane Ramphahlele, Kwa Limpopo province. Pleasure's musical talent was nurtured during her childhood at Revelation Assembly Church, where her grandfather, the late Bishop Nkotsane Charles Maja, was a leader. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Pleasure Jamanyalo to serenade us a bit.
lela ga o tsele ona o fetosa ditoro ba nnete.
Woo! Sure. Ba re ke pleasure tša manyalo le iponetse akere. Di a boa kwa Limpopo awa lena go monate kwa Limpopo ra leboga for bringing that joy to Gauteng. Ladies and gentlemen, please, as I catch my breath, let's give her another round of applause. Talente bagaetsho. And as we move with our program, I indicated at the beginning that we are here as a result of a very important collaboration. UNISA has undertaken several initiatives together with Puku and Ilifa to promote indigenous languages. And just as an example, on the 10th of September last year, 2024, UNISA Library Services with the Puku Children's Literature Foundation and the Indigenous Languages Initiative for Advancement, ILIFA, collaborated in the quest to promote multilingualism and mother tongue-based education. This ongoing tripartite partnership, which will be sealed once more today, it's actually a formal agreement through an MOU, and we are delighted to be witnessing the renewal of this agreement. And we only renew if something is working and if we're seeing that the collaboration is working, the partnership is working. And for me, and I hope for all of us, today as we witness the signing, it's also a symbol of the success of the collaboration and the relationship, and going back again to saying we need to act and actually do the work. This ongoing tripartite partnership aims to preserve and elevate the status of previously marginalized languages in educational settings and in society. It was last year that this partnership unveiled an innovative Onyx-based portal designed to streamline the sourcing, selection, and procurement of children's books across all South African languages. This collaboration focuses on multilingual education as a pillar of intergenerational learning. They do this by emphasizing the importance of mother tongue instruction in bridging educational gaps and preserving cultural heritage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite back the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkabula, on behalf of UNISA. I would also like to invite Professor Zethu Nkosi to join her, also the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences here at UNISA, to be joined by Ms. Fazila Munsi, the Chairperson of POKU, together with Ndade Mabuto Sitole from Ilifa, and Kekopalime Eleanor Sisulu to also be with them as well. So we will have a signing ceremony and witnessing of the signing process. And all of us in this room also bearing witness to this very momentous occasion. And in Datelisuf, we would also like to invite you as part of this occasion to witness with us. Ra leboha. And our audio, visual, and cameras, if we can find a way to work together, we'd like to memorialize this digitally. We also need those pictures as well, please. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together for this collaboration. As we move into the next chapter of the tripartite partnership, I would like to thank everyone. You may please take your seat, but I would like Ms. Fazila Munsi to stay behind and come join me here at the podium in order to say a few words. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, Ndate Sithole, Me Eleanor Sisulu, Professor Lenkabula. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause as they take their seats.
how short I am. I think do I appear there?
I think you appear, otherwise we'll bring this up for you.
I'm fine. My shoes are also quite. Did you want me to go ahead? Dumelang kaofela ka tlung ka mona. I think it is an unfair position to follow that fiery call to arms, Mayor Vice Chancellor. It was truly a remarkable address for an occasion like this. Ke tla kopa ho ikamanya le ditumediso tse tseo sontso di entse mme in the interest of time. My remarks are very few. Firstly, I have to say that for us at Puku, it is a singular honor to be part of this really powerful triumvirate that is UNISA, with its world-renowned status and its status also of teaching in all of the 11 languages plus sign language. Ilifa la Bantwana with their sterling work, especially in the targeting of early childhood development, but particularly in their work of bringing in our languages from the periphery to the center and normalizing their use in everyday language. But also for us at Puku, the benefits of tying in with them comes because of our motto is better books, more books, which we do by workshops, by catalogs, by targeted catalogs. So all of this ties in neatly with the objectives of our partners. In fact, at last year's celebration, we honored the work of the last surviving speaker of new language, Oma Katrina. This shone a light, a critical light on an issue that is very current for today, that of a language dying out through disuse, whatever the reasons for that may be. And so for us, the renewal of this MOU is pivotal, especially for the promotion of our languages, because we are acknowledging that using our combined resources, we can better scale that mountain and accord our languages their centrality in our daily lives. There were a couple of proverbs mentioned here earlier, and the Sesotho one that I think is also very current or very useful for this specific occasion is Nchapedi Haitolo ke sebata, because together we have shown that rather than working in our individual silos, we acknowledge that operating together, we bring our different resources to an issue that is big, that is needs more of an effort. At the launch of that online portal last year, Ntate Sithole made a clarion call for more funding for these objectives. And we have to be honest that without that critical injection of funding, this is going to be a momentous task. But in the light of that as well, I may just mention that we thank Tebe for their support for Puku, for the memorandum, for the past support, the present support, and we really hope for the future support. I would like to just say really that for us as an organization, This MOU represents a way for us to go forward in strength and make sure that these languages do not languish on the periphery as they have, but that they form a part of a central role in lives. And to that, I must thank UNISA especially for this incredible work they do in making sure that they have these languages on their curriculum, that they join up with organizations such as ours, and in deciding whether or not who to join, we are extremely grateful that we remain part of this process. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Ms. Munsi, on behalf of Puku. We too are looking forward to the next chapter in this collaboration. I'm sure we're all looking forward to listening to the keynote. I hope you're looking forward to it as much as I am. But before we get there, I would like to invite Auswarena Gape Matoke. She's a poet. Guess from where? Limpopo is owning this space today. She's a poet from Limpopo who fell in love with poetry when she was given lines of poetry to learn in Sunday school. Pleasure Urile, she was nurtured in her childhood at Revelation Assembly Church. Matoke Ari, she learned the lines of poetry at Sunday school. She sees poetry as a form of healing. And for those who didn't know, you might want to follow her on TikTok. She already has a great following. You can be added there. So I'm sure after listening to her just now, you will want to follow her. Sisi Matoke, ra go amogela.
Badudi ba Gauteng ke nna e ke tlile. Ke nna monga leparapatla ke gorogile. Ke kwelena kana e line ogela lefaseng le ga ga bo ga uta ga ga bo seporo le setimela meaong e megolo ya UNISA, University of South Africa. Africa Shipembe, it's a nation. It is a womb that birthed cultures of black people, Baswana, the home ground of my mother tongue. This is a nation of sports, arts, and culture. It is a country of identity, of diversity. We are a rainbow nation. This is a culture of dialects, or the country of dialects, the Motwana. Renali di peo jale sumi pedi gara kare chaliaria. Kani vale kwa Xitsonga. Namuntlha e tlankela the International Mother Tongue Day ya Afrika Dzonga. E tlankela diversity, e tlankela language preservation, e tlankela wena na mina. Ke tlo rata magoši, dikhorenda magoši, ukubonga makhosi e Seula Afrika, Afrika Borwa, legae hayane. Nina makhosi na makhosazana, nilwela amalimi wenarha asiyathokoza. Sitikade sifuna begodu sizoyifela le ndaba, indaba yamalimi wekhethu. re re goroga lena ba tlotswa magodimo le ankelago ke rena dikgošigadi tša mathebo re tšwa go kwa bopedi a mamašigwana tubatsi kwa bopedi ba ntho mme go tlo ruta gauta leleme la letswele hle ke a le rapeletša magoši yaka le nna lentsho a re ka letsogo ko gantši a ko ba gantši etša gore kwa gona re tšwago ke itse ka tshwarelela ka morumo wa kobo wa theto go fihlelela ke o hlama ge tla le magoši ga gešo ke batho baso sega gešo ke bana bešo ke bana ba thari ke bana ba tšega alaka ke bana ba mmala sebilo rena re bana ba mobu wa sekhukhune e sego sekhukhune sa go bonwa ke sebatalatši re ba oši sekhukhune a malema ba oši wa mašila manyama mašila a gatisa a bongwakwanaga ga bo mogale ga a gatisa ka lekopelo ba re ke bopedi ga ga bo ošigadi motšatši seneš a pula tša medupi dipula tša matlorotloro ra tsoga re gata menola maboalela ke le boa gore boela le ošimma mabolo maboa le tša ka mešate maboa le tša ka maf a teng a matelele maboa le tša ka maf a teng a magolo ba re hlodimela o bea mokganyapa a tlenge o bogedit a batša le boage letšatši letlha a ba kwa ga gešo o letšatši letlha a bile kwa letlha a betše meedi letlha a betše rilokwane letlha a betše lepelle letlha a betše tubatsi na re babini ba mpepetlwane ba mmatšho edi baki ba lenaka re babini ba dipela re bina magasa re ang etse ka matšho a ntipa le lebola re a ba kela go ikga a ntšha a bokgabo le setšo sa rena bapedi mohla a ngola rona melapi ikokwa mebala mabalankela nkwa mebala ga bonkwane le kwakwa di letabele that's o ka o mula ja motho ba re a ya tsebe o kwa melodi kwa dithabeng melodi kwa dithabeng kwa go lata a ga melodi go lla mokwenete tlase ga a ra morula re namile maoto fase molepo re apološa a marula re apola morula re a golela mabele re ja mabele thoro
ba re a sa reng šate wa dumang ka ne le sa re šate Now, if you were not ready for the keynote address, I hope you are now. Kenyan scholar Ntate Ngugi Thiong'o said the colonizers understood the wealth, the importance, and the richness of our African languages. Ke nahana hore le bone. In our languages lies our history, our heritage, our identity. Taking away our African languages takes away all of that from us. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite Obabu Sithole from Ilifa and Mayor Sisulu from Puku to assist me in introducing our keynote speaker for today. Please give them a round of applause.
We are part of a continent, so I'm just going to add greetings in languages from the north, a couple. Habari. Thank you. Kwaziwai, Makadiko. Maitai and you. Thank you very much. I'm going to abuse my position and acknowledge a couple of people who have been with us on this journey, retired professors from UNISA. I think I saw Professor Mulamu, Louis Mulamu, and who was part of, in the early days of conceptualizing this MOU, and then also Professor Rosemary Mwaketsi, who has been an inspiration for many of us. It's not by accident there are all these young, brilliant women academics here at UNISA. Thank you. So my task, or our joint task, to introduce the Premier. Now, if I read the full biography of Premier Lesufi, it would be longer than his keynote address. So I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to ask, I think we must acknowledge the students here today. Please, students, stand up. Please, stand up. And I specifically acknowledge you because in introducing the Premier, I am speaking mainly to you. And I will just briefly read some of his biography, but I know you can read more about him. As Sindiwe Magona would say, he is Googleable, very, very eminently Googleable. So you can get more of the official. But I'll just briefly, early life, and I learned, I didn't know this. I didn't know Panyaza was a nickname. I really didn't know it. So that's it was very interesting for me. So Panyaza Lesufi was born on 4th of September 1968 at Dindela, Edenvale in Ekurhuleni. His parents were forcibly removed from Edenvale to Tembisa during the notorious Group Areas Act. He started his schooling at Klama Lower Primary School, proceeded to Chepisa Higher Primary School, and then to Boitumelong Senior Secondary School. Okay, so he was educated at University of Natal, and though his given name is Andrek, surprise, so when I'm angry with him, I will call him Andrek. He is popularly known by the nickname of Panyaza due to his passion and love of football. As Premier, he's supposed to rise above differences. He's supposed to not mention his soccer team, but we'll mention it. Moroka Swallows, of which, yes. So he's long been involved in the African National Congress, Mass Democratic Movement. He spent most of his years in youth, in student structures, and I'm not going to go through those. I think people can read about them. He's had every position in the ANC. He was active in SASCO, in the then Natal region. He was later president of SRC. He's a recipient of the University of Natal's Chief Albert Luthuli Award, presented to him by former President Mbeki. And I didn't know there was such an award, but the university also bestowed him the best SRC president ever in recognition of his leadership qualities. So he has been on from branch secretary, deputy provincial, NEC. I mean, his every position in the ANC he has. There's only the one going upwards that he hasn't arrived yet. And I won't stir trouble by going there. But he has a deep interest in establishing new public institutions from scratch. These include Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Municipality, Minister. He worked with late Dr. Zola Skweyiya to be part of the team to establish what is today known as South African Social Security Agency, SASSA. He also worked with Minister Nathi Ntetwa and I didn't know this also, to establish the Hawks, and also at the forefront of the Department of Basic Education. So, and he has a master's degree in business administration. He has worked in post-1994 administration in various capacities and until he's premier. So, if you read the Wikipedia entry on Panyaza Lesufi, you will see a long section under the heading of controversies that describes how he attracted the likes of AfriForum when he was MEC of Education, because he had the courage of tackling the language issue head on. I'm not going to go into that debate. I think, and especially students, you can read all about it, and I'm sure the Premier will talk about it in his keynote address. Suffice to say, Premier Lesufi is not a friend of AfriForum. And he has been accused, and I think this is a very nice accusation, that he has been accused of wanting to have multilingualism in schools. So, now, we have invited him here. There's all these things, and the fact I think is very important to mention, as Premier of Gauteng, he's Premier of the most multilingual province in the country. This is where multilingual thrives in this province. And so he's invited in his official capacity, but we also invite him in his personal capacity as a person who is very passionate about African languages, literature. When he was MEC of Education, he did a lot to promote young writers. He's very passionate about this. And at the risk of sounding becoming unpopular, he's one of the most well-read politicians I know, who can tell you about South African literature and history. So we welcome him for that. When we talk about language, have things like this. When we make requests, unfortunately, sometimes we are knocking on doors, despite the fact that we are following the government mandates and government priorities. We find we knock on closed doors, and we have to beg to be allowed in. With Premier Lesufi, when we issued this invitation to be our guest of honor today, the door was wide open, and we were welcome. And we thank him for his affirming presence. We are in a very challenging existential moment for humanity. And I think for Africans, we have to actually reinvigorate our decolonization project. I don't have to say why. It's important we do, and it's important that we become more self-reliant. If we didn't think so before, we have to do that now. And we have to rely on leaders who have a strategic vision about decolonization. And so with that, I hand over to my colleague and brother, Njobe, who knows Premier Lesufi in a much more personal way. And I will just have to restrain him from going on for too long because there's a lot he can say. Thank you, Njobe.
Bomma ne ba bolela ka sekgowa bjale rena re kena ka Sepedi. Ke ba rata mpe batho ba Sepedi ke batho ba bolelang dipolotiki. Ha ba bona mme a le tee ba re sheba bomma. Bjale mang khupetse hore se ka bolela lololo ke tla dia jwalo. Le ha mfalo morawa le sufyo re tsebala dingwaga ke mataka bo Tembisa bana bashimane bana le di section tsa mabitso a sa lokang o ba tšea kae wena bo Columbus o re ke section yona eo fela ke re na le ketapele mo baeso ke ketapele ya setšhaba se sa rena sa Gauteng province ke modulasetulo re mmona mo wa Harry Gwala Foundation mo ke modulasetulo wa mofu wa club ya rena ene club ya rena e ratwa ke ba hodileng fela ba banyane ha bayo e re bo Amazulu ba re betha bo 5-0 ko Orlando Stadium ha re etse mathaithai ha re lwe ra lla fela re sepele re hae le tlae ha re lo bapala le ba bang he re kene ba re obvious ha ba tshwe jwalo ko re bethilwe ene re kgothaletša bomma rena gore ba bolele le rena gobane rona re na le mpho e le tee overdose ya patients so o ka irang re ka se o bethe re tla no re bomma ba thomile ra tswa ra sepela Mthako e le mmona mo a tlo bolela le rona ketapele ya rona batswadi ba ka ke motho wa bohlokwa ke motho o utlwanang le dipuo tsa rena mma o tlhalositse fela ha utlwane le tsona fela wa di lwanela o lwana le batho re di beteng so nna ke kgopela gore rena re le triangle honorable principal wa rena Puku le rena e lefa re mo fe ya rona title gore o tloa lehono he lena le dumela ka moka ke patron ya rena re roma yena gore a ile kokota a bue le mathakale ka ntle ka kwa ba tlise masheleng rona re lwanele gore malema bo rena a shome a ska shwa rena ntse re phela ke ka baka le gore mo kgopetse gore a tle mo gore a tlo bolela le rena gobane ke ketapele ke moshimane ga ba re ba mmona hantle ba re ke ba bina phuthi ba re ke bone sufu ba makgalakgala batho ba bone metsi ba seke ba lebala gore go na le bogobe ba baja gobane ke bashimane ba ja makako he ke feleletša ke rata o le gopotsa gore lehono o tlo bolela le rena o bolela le rena ka dipuo tsa rona tse hlokagalang dipuo tsa rona di a hlokofala ke ka baka leo ke thakgetše kudu ha kukwa gore go na le baithuti ka jeno o gutla mo o tla o lona baithuti kana ketapele ya rona ke morutiši yena Selofu ke klase e kgolo ya ka le lehono rata gore a tlo atamela fela ke rata o fetša ka gore ke rata batho ba buang Sesotho ha ba e beya hantle batho ba buang Sesotho ha ba e beya hantle ba re mphemphe wa lapisa motho o kgona ke sa hae ranong rona Elifa rona Puku rona Unisa re botsa potso gore hobaneng rona beng ba dipuo tse re di nyefola hobaneng ke ka baka le gore mokgopetse o ratlemo a tlo bolela le rena a re kgaleme gobane o sepela le bokgalema motlante a tlo kgalema le rena Thank you. Ba re bete nna ke be ka thoko bane space a se dumele
Thank you so much.
ke kene o ba re ke kene
Thank you so much, Program Director. I needed to be sure that the mic is closed, otherwise we'll do what happened in Parliament, so that we don't have those challenges. I'm indeed limping. Before I even start, Prof. That story was not fair with us when we grew up. I was arrested under the state of emergency in 1988 because of him. What Ntate Stole will do when we want to move from one area, either from Soweto to Tembisa or Katlehong, Ntate Stole will dress as a pastor and assist us to just move around various areas so that when we meet the police, you will say we are going to a night vigil. And I think the police got that this is not a true pastor. So one day they waited for us, and his cover was exposed. Instead of telling us that his cover is exposed, he took advantage of his size. He said to us, "Letla ibona, baba tlango kena go vending ya maphodisa can enter, but now I'm sitting down, I know it will need 18 policemen to pick me up to get me there." So within that context, we were all arrested and he remained alone because they could not risk to take him up. Thank you so much, Program Director, Prof. Sekhalo. Truly appreciate it. I want to thank the entire leadership of the university, represented here by our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Kabuda. My dearest sister, I always tell people that some of us because we know you'll be there. But what you have done and what you continue to do for this institution, you are indeed making us proud. And thank you so much for ever making this. The battles that we are fighting is not your battle, it's our battle. So every time knows that we are there to support you and deal with all the issues. Prof. Zaitun Nkosi and your team, thanks for extending the invite to us and ensuring that we are part of this debate and we are part of these discussions. Hopefully, we'll either assist you or we'll deepen the crisis and create problems for you. We also want to thank the leadership of Mayor Elena Sisulu and Tate Mabuti Sithole and the entire leadership of Ilifa Puku for honestly championing the struggles that they are championing. And that's the reason why I accepted this invite. My view is very simple. If you can't work together, we'll be defeated. And I want to thank you for really initiating this and dealing with the issues that you want to deal and attend to. The academic world that is gathered here from various institutions and the partnership that is here. But I will really miss an opportunity for the first time in my entire life, Prof. Molamo, to thank you. I remember my first letter to apply for this university that your signature, one way or another. I don't know, and Prof. Mwepe and all other academics that are here. Good people, ladies and gentlemen, kilisufila mankhakhatha mkono wa ntshirikgolo wa bontšheletšeng ka moroko bahlane ba re ska re bona ihlotša wena metša thaba ke stiululu sa mamma ge dipitša di ditšhila ba bitša nna ke terekele mamma go lebima o ya nna godimo. I feel I need to start this to identify one important thing, that as we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the International Mother Tongues Day, we do so proud, do so committed, that in everything that we do, we don't do it for any other person, but we're doing it to protect our identity. Our lives is about culture, our lives is about heritage, our life is about identity, but most importantly, our life is about unity. It's those that knows, that said, and I want to quote the book of Dr. J.R. Rakoma when he said, Jashita Sibuka di this simplifying that if we can't work together, even when our enemy is weak, we will be defeated. We enter this debate and this discussion proud that all our languages are important and all our languages deserve to be given the necessary support and assistance. Those that have entered this terrain, we want to say thank you, thank you, Thank you. The theme, Language as an Economic Asset and Unlocking Growth Through Linguistic Diversity, it's a signal to us as government that we have to enter this particular space open-minded, but most importantly, with our ability to provide the necessary support that is needed. This being a UNESCO theme of Silver Jubilee celebration of International Mother Language Day, we emphasize the economic value of languages and their role in promoting inclusive growth, employment, and innovation in South Africa. Gauteng, being the economic heartbeat of our country, we need to accept that we have a responsibility to support languages. We need to accept that history, unfortunately, created limitations and challenges that wants us not only to reverse, but to decolonize. South Africa's social linguistic profile and economic challenges indicates the colonial and apartheid legacy that for decades has disadvantaged many of our languages and favored certain languages, in particular English and Afrikaans, excluding indigenous languages from the formal economy, from the equation system, but most importantly from government function. The South African social linguistic profile and economic challenges also highlight the multilingual population, with millions of South Africans speaking languages such as isiZulu, 24%, isiXhosa, 16%, Afrikaans, 10%, Sepedi, 10%, Setswana, 8.3%, Sesotho, 7.8%, and other languages. So the country has a rich linguistic landscape that remains underutilized in key economic sectors. The other unfortunate area is the limited economic mobility due to language barriers. In some instances, there are provinces that have been designed to only confine themselves to fewer languages, and we are proud as Gauteng that we are the home of all languages. Whether it's an advantage or disadvantage, we have accepted as an advantage because this becomes the melting pot of all languages, and it assists us to deal with these matters. It was in his book, Dr. Mongale Soroke, in his poem, Johannesburg, My City, that explained the melting pot of Johannesburg and the challenges that are faced. Mongale Soroke from Alexander correctly explained the difficulties of growing up in Johannesburg and the challenges that pushes you to know other languages so that you can survive. It is how Johannesburg was, it is how Johannesburg is, and it's how Johannesburg will be shaped. We want to argue, as the Gauteng provincial government, that there are 3 strategic centers that we need to expand, debate, discuss when we enter this terrain of languages. These strategic centers is 1, at home, 2, education institutions, 3, is the workstations. In terms of home, we really believe that lebetwa le sa le metsi, la tia le a omella le a robega, which simply means it starts at home for us to have a language that can be acceptable to all our children. But the difficulty of starting at home has its own limitations because those that need to provide information to the young ones have missed an opportunity, and the young ones have questions that we, the elderly, can answer. For example, my son, who is at the university now, asked me, when he sees us going through rituals of slaughtering cows and goats, he asked me, "Are daddy, e kae puku e kan rutang o bolaya kgomo?" In simple English, she's asking me for a manual on how to slaughter a cow. And all of us, we know that that manual does not exist because it's through experience that is passed over generations that assist us to determine how we deal with this. But we all know the embarrassment in family cultural activities, especially unveiling of tombstones, when we ask the young ones to read what is written in the tombstones, and when it comes to our poems and other things, our children struggle. It's also a difficulty when the elderly want to introduce themselves to our children, and our children claim that they can't hear what our elderly are saying. This is a painful exercise that we, those that have been assigned this particular task, we have a responsibility not only to reverse, but to introduce it in a manner that assists our children. It must be clear up front, to go to a former Model C school or any other school outside your area is not an indication that you are clever. It's an indication that assistance is needed and support is needed. We must not leave our children out. We must also ensure that we put the relevant systems that will allow them to understand the important things that make us to be family, make us to understand our cultures, and make us to understand our heritage. We must not be scared to share with our children who our forebears were and where do they come from, and we must make it a must that each and every family must have a family tree, because it's through the family tree that our children will know where they come from so that they can know where they must go. So it's the investment in the home aspect that is left to families to invest in and deal with and attend to. The second area is an area of great interest to me, which is the education institutions. And I'm glad that there are students from UNISA here that I want to give this, because we have been accused of something that people don't appreciate, that we took a risk, and I'm quite convinced where we are, that risk has paid off. After 1994, when we took over this government, some of us were young students participating in the formulation of the laws of the country and the formulation of the acts that will govern education in our country. And those that were at the forefront of the debates and the discussions had two important options to make. And those options remind me of this African proverb that says, "Only a fool tests the depth of the river with both feet." Meaning, don't jump into any situation without thinking first about the consequences that may be established. I'm raising this because we took a risk that many people don't appreciate. A risk even up to today. Those that have benefited out of those compromises are pointing a fingers at decision makers as if we've sold out, or as if we've undermined our languages, or we have undermined the manner in which our children need to be taught. Let me take you back to 1994 so that you understand the challenges that we had. We had 13 departments of education. This Department of Education were based on race, and also they were based on language. We had the Department of Education for Transkei, Ciskei, a Department of Education for Leboa, Kwakwa, a Department of Education for black people, a Department of Education for white people, and a Department of Education for colored and Indians. We also had a Department of Education that was representing Bantustans like Boputatswana and other Bantustans. Of all these particular departments, we took a decision that they must be combined together and have one education department. It was within this debate that we needed to agree on what needs to happen. And I want to share this story with you. Do we suspend the entire education system, because we are bringing all this education system under one pot? Do you suspend the entire education system and tell parents to keep their children at home so that we can retrain teachers, we can write new literacy, we can eliminate backlogs of, in terms of toilets, we can also go and retrain all inspectors and those principals that were running our schools? And just imagine if this particular decision was taken because we didn't want to feed our children an inferior education. Majority of you who are here in the last 30 years will still not be at home while we are changing that decision. We took a compromising decision that have developed the country that will train our teachers at night, allow them to teach at day, like changing an aeroplane's engine while the aeroplane was flying. And today, we have one education system that accommodates everyone. This compromise is very important. But unfortunately, those that have benefited out of this compromise are at the forefront of insulting us for taking that compromise. We had a choice to say, those that oppressed us, because we are now in charge, we have a choice. We come to our schools, you come to our schools. But you know that would have created chaos, and we had to take this particular decision that will change the system as we move on. But by doing that, we've paid a price where others believe the compromise means we are fools, and the compromise means we don't understand things. That is why when the Basic Education Amendment Laws was introduced, we felt that language should be at the center of everything, and that we should ensure that our languages are not only protected and defended, but our languages must not be used to exclude certain races and certain people in the running of education. And I'm proud that Awan was at the forefront of establishing this basic Bella Act. It took us almost 10 years to realize its finality. When the debate about the Bella Act started, we argued very strongly that each and every school must have a minimum of 4 languages. And if we have a minimum of 4 languages, we know those that prefer English and Afrikaans will be compelled to have 2 other languages. Because if you insisted of 2 languages only, you know the obvious choices. We argued, we were persuaded by those that came with economic reasons that for every school to have 4 languages as a minimum, it will stretch the teaching population and the resources of the school. We made a compromise that will rather have 2 languages as a bare minimum, but allow the SGBs and the HOD and the MECs to be the one that choose a language for a school, so that those that are in power and use their numbers must not exclude those that are not in power. And this is the compromise that we took. But this compromise was not good enough from those that want to exclude others. And my argument is very simple. What's wrong? If a child speaking Sepedi and a child speaking Sizulu and a child speaking Afrikaans can be taught by the same teacher during geography lesson, and during language lesson, they can go to different classrooms, but in the same school. And that's the debate that we are ready to defend. And that's the debate that has brought us insult. And that's the debate that have led so many people to insult us the way they are insulting us. Motivated by Chinua Achebe, who said, "Nobody can teach me who I am. Nobody can teach me who I am, who can describe parts of me, but who can dictate to me how I should survive. It is through me that my story should be told." This has motivated us to understand that the education system must deal with the challenges that we are facing, that the education system must not be a barrier for our children. I want to pay tribute to one former MEC in the Eastern Cape whose children were failing matric, and the Eastern Cape was at the bottom when all matric results were announced. In this province of Eastern Cape, the MEC then took a decision that the physical science matric paper, as well as the maths paper, must be converted in Xhosa, so that our children can have both the option of reading the English component and the Xhosa component. Before this was introduced, the average pass of both subjects was 36%. After introducing the bilingual question paper, the average pass shot up to 72%. Demonstrating one important aspect: given an opportunity, we can all be equal. demonstrating one important aspect, that we should invest in our languages and provide all the relevant resources that are needed. We are not here to stop anyone to promote their own languages, but we are here to defend and protect those that think they can use their own languages to exclude us. We have agreed that they can practice their language, which is very important. And we have agreed that they can even stay alone where they want to stay alone in Orania. We have never, ever had an opportunity to exclude them. But unfortunately, they are creeping in areas where we believe they are crossing the red line. They are now believing they can even have their own Uber in their own language so that they can have their own cars. This is undermining the ability to have diverse languages and promote those languages. There must be no language that can exclude other people or a language that can be used as a barrier to exclude others. They started with a university not far from here where the entrance requirement is a language, and therefore excluding any other person that does not speak that language. Our argument is other people that speak other languages that need education more than those that have their own language and their own institution. And therefore, to exclude other languages, you are limiting the expandment and the possibilities of ensuring that our people get access to education. And this needs to be understood in proper context, that our argument is not to say any other mother tongue must be excluded. Our argument is we are better off together. Our argument is those that want us to be with them must not only appreciate us when we watch rugby together, but deny our children to be with their children in the same classroom. It defeats logic, and it defeats the upliftment of various languages in our country. But what prides us is that even if they speak a different language and have a different color, if they enter a taxi to Tembisa or Soweto, we will open our arms and welcome them and teach them our language inside the taxi as they move them. It can't be one-sided. We've reached a stage where they themselves must accept us. We've reached a stage where all these languages can be protected. But we must also accept, and this within the education sector itself, that if we don't invest in our languages will die. If we don't invest in our writers, our language will die. If we don't provide the relevant resources to those like Puku, Ilifa, will fail to ensure that our language stands and can compete. You can say whatever you want to say. Those that knows their language, they've invested in their languages. They've protected their languages, and they've created institutions that allow them. It pains me, and I give you this exercise. Go to a Woolworths or any store, Pick n Pay, and see the magazines that were there. Bona, gone. Pace, gone. All the publications that represented our aspirations are no longer there. The only books that are there are written in Afrikaans, and those are the publications that are surviving. We can't allow this situation to go forever. We need to ensure that we provide the relevant resources, and I'm proud and thanks Mayor Lena Sisulu that you notice this. We said in our province in Gauteng, we've set aside almost 35 million every year. Any new young black writer that writes a book, in particular in our languages, we will buy that book as the Gauteng government and distribute it in all our libraries, in all our schools. This, we believe, is a mechanism to allow new entrants and to also deal with issues. I've been at the helm of the education system at 2 levels, as the advisor to the Minister of Education, Menji Motshekga, and as an MEC for education. There is one sector that is untouchable, and hopefully this sector, we will invade and change it. And I'm very committed, Mayor Lena Sisulu, that this sector I'm prepared to. We can't grow with Animal Farm and Macbeth and not allow any new book to be in our classroom for our decade and the decade of our children. That must come to an end. We are not saying Macbeth is wrong. We are not saying Animal Farm is wrong. But you want to tell me there were no new African writers that wrote books that can compete with those books? Even now, our children are still forced, because if you have a new book that you want to distribute or you want it to be introduced in our schools, they say the process takes 8 years for a book to be evaluated and for a book to be introduced. I'm glad we've introduced the new format, and there are new books that are coming in the market now that are being presented in our children, in the schools of our children. So we have changed this from 8 years to 3 years, even though I still feel it's too much. It will at least be a minimum of 24 months so that we can notify the publishers, the printers, and ensure that the distribution takes place. But it's indeed a success from 8 years to 3 years. And I want to encourage those that are writing books, we've opened the doors. Bring your books so that we can provide them to our children. The last strategic center is the workplace. We really believe that's where the economy is. And it goes nicely with the theme of ensuring that you are unlocking growth through linguistic diversity. We are of the view that the workplace must be transformed, and the workplace must accommodate those that have new ideas. And indeed, I'm proud that we are at an institution called UNISA that years ago, even to pass just outside this institution was a taboo. But now we can freely move in this institution and be part of this development. And I want to thank the leadership of these institutions. Prof. Puleng and your team. We have no idea. I hate where people of our color and those that speak our language, when they take over, institution collapses. I hate people of our color and those that speak our language, when they take over, they are undermined. I hate where institutions and firms that are run by people of our color and our language, when they take over, people believe standards are collapsing and things are not done. I go back to that African proverb, that it will be a fool to test the depth of the river with your both feet if we don't give each other support and guidance. So our workstation should be developmental stage. It's through our workstation that people must understand where we want to go. It's through these workstations that we can be in a position to change the economy and provide the necessary support system. I'm proud that the government that I have the honor to lead, we've just finalized a groundbreaking agreement with a province in China called Hunan. This is a province of 66 million people. They came to us, we spoke to them to say those that want to suppress our languages on the basis of the things that we produce are closing the markets, and we are looking for new markets. And the province of Hunan said, Premier Lesufi, we are ready for you. Imagine this province has a population of more than 66 million people. We have now signed a groundbreaking agreement defeating this thing that the avocado, the nuts, the banana, if they are not written in our language, cannot succeed in the market. In Hunan, they are looking for this, and from June, our farmers of the our farmers of nuts and our farmers of avocado, they will be selling this without any import restrictions direct to China so that we can create things. And it's within this context that we are now, as the Gauteng provincial government, we are of the view, time has arrived, that there are new big players in the economy. And these new big players are China, and we must accept that if we have to contest in that particular space, our children in the classroom must be given an option to either learn this language and also take advantage of our positioning in Africa and ensure that our children at least learn one extra language that will make them to be relevant in Africa. So Swahili and Mandarin, we are going to announce in our State of the Province address in Gauteng on Monday, will be subject that will be offered to our children in Gauteng so that we participate in the economies of this thing. We are of the view it is this intervention that will assist us to stand strong and be where we are. So the theme language as an economic asset and unlocking growth through linguistic diversity is an affirmation that now we have arrived. It's an affirmation that we must collect each other's ideas and embrace them. It's an affirmation that days of economic exclusions are over, that business expansion and job creation can be done in our languages. As I conclude, it is in his poem when Mzwakhe Mbuli says, sunrise must not get us where sunset left us. Days are never counted backwards. We are here, we have the capabilities, we have the time, we have the resources. We can change things. It's all in our hands. Thank you so much for your attention.
My pleasure, Zamanyalo. I'm about to call you as you're walking out. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please give the Honorable Panyaza Lesufi another round of applause. So many insightful points have been made. And for me, I think one of the things that stood out is the actions that are being taken. And this goes back to that idea that we cannot just talk, we need to act. And so, Honorable Lesufi, thank you for the action points that you've put forward. But I also take that, I think, as a challenge to all of us, because I think for the things that you've said to be realized, it's going to take a collective effort. We will have a moment later to engage, interrogate, and reflect on the keynote address. But for now, as you're taking it all in, as you are busy reflecting, I would like to call Pleasure Zamanyalo to just offer us again one item, and then we can have a conversation. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, I'm told that she just needs a minute. So you can just, in the meantime, catch up with the person next to you. Maybe start reflecting on what you've just heard, and we'll continue in a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
A go sharakane my DJ. Ke a leboga. Na mara le kgona go bina step. Na pele ba le ge premier dula fa sa le moduši fa se ka step. Nka tloga Limpopo go le ka mokgwa ke re ke tlo sharakantšha mo Pretoria le na le o le apute matsogo. A re DJ go sharakane. A re bineng step. Re kgantšha ka segabo re na le kgono. A re DJ. Tliša eo e bonang. E a gana, e yang ke boele morago. A se nna ke la tsa re motšhini yone o ne o dia tša ona. A re DJ re bona nana re ba 5 ba ready go bina stepe. Ya, a re hwetše pele se ba mo ke thoma ka molomo. Ai, le tla swanela ko nkopediša ka DJ o sa lokiše. Rakgadi wa ngwana, rakgadi. Tlaola ye ngwano. Are rakgadi wa ngwana, rakgadi yang. Already? A go sharakaneng. Awi. Ke re le ready. Rakgadi wa ngwana, all right. Kuka DJ. Shiwe. Gore motjolo a se two piece. Ke gona ka le
ba lemoga gore mojolo a se two piece ke gona ba lemoga gore mojolo a se two piece go sharakane are ka mogolo kwa dina mafelelo ka montle a go robale
Sorry, DJ.
As we settle down, let's thank Pleasure Chamanyalo Rape, please. Round of applause. Woo. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right along with our program. And now, as I've indicated, we're going to have a moment of reflection, of commenting, of engaging with the panel. And my panelists, as I call your name, as I introduce you, I would like to invite you to please come join me here on stage. And I will start with Mr. Leslie Musina. Mr. Musina is a multi-talented South African actor, MC, boxing commentator, television presenter, and voice-over artist. He is known for his role as Ndaramo on SABC2's Mobango. And is also a presenter on SABC2's Mind the Gap. Leslie is a polyglot who speaks 7 South African languages, as well as Shona. He is passionate about African culture and history and is working on projects to make more young people aware of their history, including tales of the Venda royal family to which he belongs. He has been influenced by his grandmother, who he says was an amazing storyteller. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Leslie Musina. You may take a seat. And also joining us is Dr. Sandiswa Kobe, who is a lecturer in the Department of Theology here at UNISA. She specializes in Christian spirituality, church history, and missiology. She's passionate about indigenous languages, culture, and history. Dr. Kobe has contributed in the scholarship in this regard, and some of her works include Black Theology of Liberation, Is It the Thing of the Past? A theological reflection on Black students' experiences. She also writes on Steve Biko, and she's written work on Steve Biko's Black Theology of Liberation from the perspectives of Ubuntu. Please welcome Dr. Kobe. And we also have from here at UNISA, Professor Mpongwepe. Professor Ngwepe is a professor and executive director in the library, and he's also a specialist in information services. He has written 2 award-winning anthologies of Northern Sotho short stories that were recommended by the Limpopo Department of Education between 2007 and 2010 for grade 8 learners. So what you were talking about, Honorable Lessufi, ga re ngwaleng ka maleme a bo rena gore bana ba rena ba tle ba kgone go ithuta ke re sekolong ka Sepedi, Sesotho, Sezulu, Isixhosa, njalo njalo. Through his collaboration with the Department of Education, in 2022, he completed his 10th Comrades Marathon, running. He finished it in 6 hours, 39 minutes. And I'm mentioning this because he did that specifically for our languages. And lastly, I would like to invite back Honorable Comrade Ntate Panyaza Lesufi. And I'm also going to ask for mics, please, colleagues. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause as he joins us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've all heard the keynote address from Ntate Panyaza Lesufi, and as I said, we're all still reflecting on it. So we're going to take a few minutes to engage with our panelists, after which we'll also then invite you into the conversation. And I would like to start with you, Dr. Kobe. The idea of linguicide, which was mentioned today, is something that Ngugi wa Thiong'o also speaks about in his work on decolonizing the mind, where he highlights how colonizers were deliberate in forcing us not to speak our languages because they knew, as I said earlier, the importance and the power of our languages. And I want to pose to you, particularly also recently at the official opening of the university, you posed a challenge to us, and you articulated the power and need for an education system that humanizes us, right? So how do we imagine this education in the context of African cultural processes? And as you reflect, also connecting with some of the issues that then stood out for you from the keynote that you were given this morning.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you for inviting me in this gathering today. Perhaps kuqala ngifuna ukuthi ndingumamncirha unojaholo untswentso unxibane umzukulwana kaNtsikane. And the reason why I'm beginning from this, it's because I think everyone knows about Untsikane. And Untsikane is said to be one of the people within Amaxhosa that is said was the first Christian. And I'm using quotation marks. And therefore, the books that have been written about Untsikane have been written in an interesting way. That for a long time, I wanted to reject him. And I was rejecting him. Because if you read the history of South Africa, you'll realize that Ntsikane was the kind of Desmond Tutu of the time. But there's something interesting that the history books never talk about, that at the encounter with missionary education, and now connecting with the department I'm coming from, because we can't talk about language transformation without actually dealing with that department of mine, missiology, because we are the first translators, translating the Bible from Western languages into South African languages. Ntsikane rejected the missionary settler churches and then started his own church. in which he used isiXhosa music and ways of storytelling through isiXhosa. And what the anthropologists and historians have not, they don't agree on, and they don't know how did he know about Christianity and all these things. Because he says that he had a dream and this happened, but also historians says they write that there were Ethiopians that landed in the Eastern Cape at the time. So he might have picked up Christianity from them. And therefore, he knew that we don't need to adopt the missionary church's agenda. Then we can indigenize the churches. So now to connect back to where I'm coming from, I don't know if you know the debate between Prof. Maluleke and Professor Musa Dube. Of course, Prof. Maluleke put himself in the debate, but it's between Professor Dube and Professor Hermanson. Who, in the Bible in Setswana, devils are translated as badimo. And then there is a dialogue that goes between these two scholars. And Professor Hermanson, who is a white man, tells Professor Dube that you are not an expert in this language. The fact that you come from Botswana, you are a Ndebele woman, it doesn't mean that you are an expert on it. Secondly, he says that to her, that even if we would teach our people, we will take a translator who speaks mother tongue, they need to be subjected to modernity and all this. In a sense, he's trying to say to Western epistemologies. So now, maybe to get close to your question, as I'm reflecting also on the Premier's speech, I think one for me of the difficulties that I have found within this agenda, within the university. Last year we were asked to attend a DHEAD workshop in which we had an expert on language who translated a trust fund, who asked us to translate trust fund. Everyone did the translation, then the Ngunis said Ilifa. And then he said, it's not Ilifa. And this is a language, like someone who's a professor who specializes on language. He says that no, it's not Ilifa, it is Itrust. And we were so shocked because we then said to him, you can even say maybe Itemba if you don't want to take Itrust when you translate it straight from English. But he couldn't accept this because in his presentation, he's using English as a yardstick to translate our languages. Going back to Professor Dube and Professor I forgot now his name, debate. That therefore, like Professor Dube was subjected to study Greek, we must also be subjected in this debate. And for me, it was a shock because this is at a DHEAD level, that this person is an expert. And then, from there now to conclude on this, even when we did the tutorial letters here in the university, they translated the experts, the language experts, theology as theology, Tunguni language. It cannot be, it's Ubuntu Uti. That's the proper translation of that. And I remember we returned those tutorial letters because we said this is English still, but presented as an indigenous language. So I think this is for me, where we are in actually engaging proper in this debate, where we need to engage people like me who study missiology, because theologians have been dealing with this, that's why I'm a black theologian, long time ago. So we know the tricks and sophisticated language to suppress the language, where you translate the language into indigenous language, but you alienate the language to its culture and to its people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think also just highlighting the violence sometimes around translation and the politics of translation, and how we should not just accept translation and be happy that things have been translated, but we need to interrogate that translation as well if the work is to be done correctly. And this brings me to you, Mr. Musina, as an African history enthusiast. And I start from the point of you making a deliberate effort to learn all these different African languages. One of the things that Ndatilu Sufi spoke about was the fact that within the public arena, which is the space that you are in, Haresana Bona, you know, we don't have those spaces where people can learn, can engage, can connect within the public space where they can read in their own languages. We go back and Guntate Langalbalele Dube Ilangala Senatal, which is still here miraculously, but also just the power of people being able to read in their own languages, that there are songs in our languages, that we can listen to the radio in our languages. And so there is a potential for the media and these public spaces to also play a critical role towards the advancement of our African languages. And I think just based on that, and the death of these other languages in the public spaces, that as you're standing in a queue inside one of the supermarkets, you would see Bona, and you're reading as you're standing there, and that's something to your consciousness. And so I'm wondering what your comments are as someone who is in that space, in assisting us to rethink and reimagine the possibilities of what public spaces, such as the one that you're occupying, has.
Thank you so much. Ndimasiare. Sanmonani. Molweni. Muripoere. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. It's so wonderful to be here and to form part of this wonderful panel and just to absorb and learn from all these wonderful, great speakers. Nendi Maguru Masingo Ramapurana, Mpepu Ramapurana, come from a great line of the Vavenda kings, on the maternal side. In fact, my great-great-grandfather, King Makado, is one of only 2 kings in South Africa to have ever defeated the Boers at their might, and that was King Makado and King's Kukune. It's a history that is not told a lot of the times. Yeah, we hear a lot about King Shaka, which I adore and revere so much. I've even named my son Rushaka, which basically means nation inventor, but was most inspired by King Shaka. So I think that those stories need to be told. And now we are seeing stories such as, Queen Mojaji being told. I was very fortunate enough to meet Her Majesty, or soon to be Her Majesty, Queen Masalana Mojaji. I was in Cape Town a few weeks ago and I met Her Majesty, and also having been a part of that particular production and watching people's comments, I think it's very, very important, just going to your question, that we as filmmakers, we as entertainers, we as storytellers, that we need to tell stories as authentic as possible. But a lot of the times we are not, it's not a documentary, it's usually a film. So obviously there's gonna be a bit of embellishment here and there, but certain things, obviously we need to stick to the factual accuracies of that particular story so that the current generation could also learn from that. So yeah, I think, I once asked a friend of mine who's a journalist, and at the time she was a tabloid journalist, and I asked her, I'm just going to what the premier said, in terms of Bobona and Pace magazines and all of that. So I asked her that, why is it that you guys prefer, in fact she was working for Media 24, so you mention the company, but obviously, they have all these, city presses and all of that, News 24, Drum, Huis Genoot, You magazine. So I asked, how are the sales? And she said to me, look, the one that performs the best is Huis Genoot as a magazine, and then followed by Drum magazine. Followed by You, and then lastly it was Drum magazine. But I said, okay, the content on Huis Genoot and You compared to Drum is very different. You guys are always writing about bringing us down. You're always writing about Manyala. Why is that? She said something to me. This is a black young lady, a journalist, and then she said something to me. When we write about positive things, halereki. you don't buy. And then I asked myself, I said, when I was growing up, we used to buy a lot of those magazines. What has changed? I realized that it's how we have been conditioned, and it's been very, very deliberate, because the owners of those institutions are not our skin color, number one. So a lot of the times, the stories that are being told are not positive of our people, and we have been conditioned to sort of look at ourselves, in a negative light. But I must say that, Premier, I like what you're doing. You are changing the narrative. I've been following you for the longest time. Last year, I celebrated this particular day in Limpopo, and there were young writers there, writing in their own languages. And I also asked one of the profs who was there, as part of the judging panel. And I know that the poet spoke about the Mutwana, the dialects and all of that. And then I asked a very simple question, and I said, we have a lot of dialects. Does that mean that the books that are being written, I'll just give an example, for example, Kasetswana, for example. Kids from Zirast, go Ufuruzi, they always do extremely well Kasetswana. And I asked, why is that? It is because the Setswana dialect that is used in books currently is the dialect that they speak there. So they have an advantage over, there are so many other dialects of Setswana, So I think as academics, and as writers and all of that, we need to start embracing our diversity. So I asked, and they said that, as they were marking, they found some of the words wrong. And interesting that you mentioned Professor Maluleke. And he mentioned something quite interesting, and then he said, there's nothing wrong in borrowing words from other dialects, right? I think we must encourage kids to use that, as long as it's proper language. But a lot of the times you find that maybe someone that is marking that paper because maybe someone writes in Sirolo and they said this is wrong, but actually it is actually right. But just in conclusion, I think that it is very important that we continue to tell our own stories our own way. Recently somebody contacted me and said, we need to do a movie about King's Cocoon. I said, okay, do you have the rights? I said, yes, I've got the rights to do the movie from the royal family. I said, you know what, let's do it. He said, but we don't have money. I said, no, we don't need money. We can get, writers, we can get actors, we can get all these people on board. We'll move with it, the funding will come later. Let's work with what we have and tell our stories our own way.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And I love what you ended with, that let's not look at obstacles as a way for us to not do the work that needs to be done. Let's start doing the work and everything else will follow. We can go knocking at the Premier's door. He's now a patron, as has been said. But again, it goes back to that collective effort and working together, because there will always be a reason why it cannot be done. And I think the media space is such a powerful space, because young people, live in those spaces. Online, television, radio, they take in so much. So there is such great potential in terms of the work that you do, that you can do, that you can still do, I think as filmmakers, in telling our stories. We're writing about these stories, but there are different mediums and platforms that we need to tell these stories and center African languages. And so, Prof. Mpho, coming to you, holding a space that is actually the custodian of these knowledges and scholarship, the library, it's also important to think about what books are there in the libraries. Are these books telling our stories? Are these books in our languages? So when we think about resources in African languages, and I think you also personally as a custodian, as someone who's also passionate about African languages, stands in a very privileged position to actually ensure that that happens. And maybe you can share with us a bit in terms of how that work is happening, I know the library is in partnership with Puku and Ilifa, but just reflecting on that and based also on the work that the Premier has spoken about in terms of what's happening. So what are the possibilities in terms of the work of the library in connecting with the practical issues that the Premier has mentioned today?
Moswara marapo kwa kichwa ba dumedisha ba re go mo ya tswa ya makena morwangwe ba mashuka tla wa go re se ani ba ni mali le ya ba ya ni ba no ya no ga se na so wa ya ya di di ja ba no maso lu pisa go ya se ya no ke ka go kwa ni masho shuga go ni mashuga ya ba se go sha wa go pe ka ja ka na masali ba re go to piri ba tu ya ka we kama to motata nani sepeti ka ba ka tla go le di tla mo shama wa tla na umang ba bolela ka leleme la Seesimane ka re am the great bull that was set by Matlala to Mount Mahale to block the cliff so that the Hanana people cannot pass. Otherwise, I can recite the family praise up until the cows come home. And one other thing before I come to your question, when the Premier and everyone, almost everyone came here, they started with their family praise. Where I come from, they say this family praise is got the history of the people. If you embrace that family praise, you can be able to write that family tree that the Premier was talking about. For me, I was able to trace from the 8th generations up to me through the family praise. So that is how Africans are communicating. And then this is also where we miss the point sometimes. We want to document everything. Because there are some things that do not have to be documented. We have to pass them through like that, and then we are able to decipher that. And library space now is also being repurposed for that, through the storytelling. We need to bring in the storytelling in our indigenous languages in the library through that. But also coming back to the issue of the role that the library is playing is a significant one. Through our partnership with the Puku Children's Literature Foundation, the National Library of South Africa, and Ilifa, we have realized that now children can't read for meaning. We know the PELS report says 81% of children who are grade 4 learners, they can't read for meaning. I've witnessed it actually at the funeral when the clergyman, the VC also gave reference to the clergyman in our traditional churches. The clergyman asked this learner this child to read the Bible. He kept on saying Bana Bayakobo, only to find that it is Bana Bayakobo. So we need to start teaching our children, like the Premier indicated that we should ship alanja lilijuale salimezi. Ele ka omelela le akala. They can translate to their neighbors. Otherwise, it will be lost in translation. But in English, they say, bend it while it is still wet. If the stick is dry, you bend it, it's going to break. So we should start with them. And re-embrace English too much. English refer too much time. And what we forget is that even there is a Senegal proverb here, even if you take a stick and put it in the river for 100 years, it will never be a crocodile. It will remain a stick because it is stick. So right now we have to go back to our roots so that as much as we don't, our kids will not value their languages, but if we teach them And because the culture and heritage is in the language. If the language dies, it means some of the solutions to the societal problems to the world would not be addressed because we are looking only in one lens, the Western lens. We are forgetting other language, like the new language. The medicine that they can help to heal the people through that language is going, and we can't recover that. So I was glad that the Premier mentioned the budget, because now, the reason why I'm saying that is because we have a constitution, section 65, about the languages, 11 languages, but they are not costed. And from the constitution, we have the use of languages, the Act of 2012. It is not costed. We've got the national policy on languages from the Department of Education that the university should implement. It's not costed. And when it comes to the university, we are expected to implement that. And also, the mentioning that Gauteng is a home to 12 official languages, or 11, 12. Then, when the fiscus come, and then you have UNISA, which is teaching all the 12 languages. They gave UNISA 2 million, they give University of Limpopo 2 million, whereas they implement 3 languages. So one size does not fit all. We have to factor all those things so that we are able to. So lastly, from the library, the other thing that is missing, especially the institution of higher learning, is the platforms for publication in indigenous languages, so that in our teaching, we can have sites for all the languages. I am glad that the Department of Africans and Theory of Literature, they allow students to write in any language when they set the exam. And people don't know, here at UNISA, the Department of Africans and Theory of Literature, they allow students to write in any language. And then they go there and then mark thereafter. So if, even in our teaching, on the Moodle site, we make sites for all these different languages. And those who have a capacity, they are able to teach. But research also should be originating content in indigenous language is important, not just translation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Mwebe, again, reminding us that where there's a will, there's a way. Hey, I've never heard so many proverbs in one day, in a very long time. It is really beautiful, beautiful to hear. In our proverbs are things we often don't center, and there's so much wisdom in them. Do you see how much we are denying ourselves, though? And so, Ndate Premier, I'm going to come back to you for your own reflections before I give other people a moment to also just a comment. But just quickly on something that you mentioned about your son in slaughtering. And again, there, the issue of the wisdom being embedded in our communities. We speak about these slaughterhouses for animals, and many people are vegetarians today, not because they don't like meat, but because they don't like the ways in which the animals are treated. And one of the things that I know with the slaughtering of the cows or sheep during our ceremonies is also the ritual that surrounds that, knowing where to stab the animal so that it minimizes pain as much as possible. And also, again, direto tsa rona, because when you buy that animal or when you have that animal, it's linked to who you are as well. So speaking to it and engaging with it, also, it's a very humane process in the way that it's done. And I think these are the teachings and the learnings that when your son was saying, where can I read about this? And I say this is the teaching and the learning that happens from our elders, from the community, from you, in assisting them to understand the meaning of these rituals and processes that we lose so much due to commercialization. And so with that, just your quick reflection based on what the panelists have just shared with us.
No, thanks, Prof. I think you are right, but it's also character. We miss an element of character. I think it's Prof. Mwepe said, there are other things that cannot be in the book. You need to pass them over to other generation. But you don't allow that generation to be disadvantaged by character. For example, I wanted to be a doctor, but I'm scared of blood. So I couldn't be a doctor, and I can't slaughter a cow because I'm scared of blood. And out of that character, my child suffers because he will not know how to continue that thing. So we just need, that is why family is important, an ability to work together is also important. But the other element of character that is just that I didn't want to elevate it further because it disadvantages other nations. I mean, as I said, I was in the education space. You go to the marking center, you take a person, is a teacher from Tembisa, marking a book or an answer sheet of somebody from Obulela Lupedu. And what one Tembisa says, and what one Kulubedu retapamato or the wofa. But because the character of Tembisa is different, you disadvantage that learner. And you don't give that learner the marks because the interpretation is different. And I'm saying many that have suffered that as well, because the evolution itself, something get lost, and those that still believe in what has been lost suffer the consequences. And you need to find a way or mechanism of rewarding them. I'm not sure as a country, which is my last point. You know, I didn't mind Daily Sun. I didn't mind the stories of Daily Sun. I mean, you'll get the front page of Daily Sun, say, a dead person, a headless body says, I'm not dead. And it's a front page. I don't mind that, Prof. Bulliam, because the reason why I love Daily Sun, it made our people to read. In a taxi, you'll find 8 people reading. They might be reading a wrong thing, but at least they were reading. And I was shocked. There was no march, there was no protest, there was nothing when Daily Sun died. Some people don't know, Daily Sun has died in our lifetime. There's no longer a Daily Sun. And you ask yourself, what are our people reading now? And it's your TikTok and other. So it's a character that we also need to protect when we really grow or move and provide. That is why I honestly believe, the Department of Education in Gauteng is the only department that includes Siswati as well. All languages, and then we print the question paper, but it's becoming costly, as Prof. Mwepe has indicated. That the budget is the same, others are only printing 3 languages in the Free State. That's why they defeat us with matric results. Because Kisotho Afrikaans English, that's what people of Free State do. But with us, Kispedi, Kiskosa, Kisivenda, all the languages. So we just need to protect all of them. And the inclination, and that's why I like the topic, the inclination is that in the world of economics, you cut and say there are only 4 official languages in Gauteng. By the way, in Gauteng, in terms of the law, and it's not for any bad thing, I'll explain it later, is that there are only 4 languages that you can demand to be given a book or a document on. It's English, Afrikaans, Sepedile, and Sizulu. That's the 4 official languages in Gauteng, just for purpose of managing budget. Because you have other people, you have an annual report with 1,000 pages. Annual report education is as thick as this. And if somebody who comes to my office and say, Premier, I want this to be translated in my language, it will take long. It will have resources. So it's very important that resources must not prohibit the development of languages. It must create jobs for people to interpret. I think that's what Dr. Kobe was saying. It must create jobs for people to interpret. And that's where you will be. And my fear of interpretation, when I'm free, if I have to be free, I enjoy going to courts and listen to people. You know, what I despise is that you are starting to invest, because people that are coming from other countries that are in our province, they need to be interpreted in court. We are now diverting resources, investing in those interpretation, forgetting the importance of interpretation for everyone. And that is a curse that we need to defeat as quickly as possible. And Prof, don't say I'm rude when I dash out. I still have a speech to deliver. I will deliver it on Monday, unlike the Minister of Finance. I have a speech to deliver on I have the speech to deliver on Monday. So I still have to have some final touches, but I will deliver it on Monday. It's not going to be postponed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to ask us to just pause for 2 minutes as we thank the Honorable Premier for his time today. We will continue with our deliberations and conversations just now. I'm going to invite the Vice Chancellor to please come through. Eleanor, we just have a token of appreciation as the Premier makes his way out. You too. Professor Nkosi. No, it's okay. We understand. You've been with us the whole morning. Prof, no, please come up. For the photo, please come up. Stand there, in front of the table. No, it's okay.
This will not get the Premier into trouble. They are less than the required declaration. We always try.
Thank you very much. And please, let's thank the Premier as he makes his way out. I need someone to assist me with the mics, the roving mics. We are now going to offer you the opportunity to also share your thoughts, your reflections, or any questions that you might have for the panelists that are here with us. So we'll take 3 questions and then see how far we are with time. I apologize in advance. We might not be able to have a second round, but that depends on how long you ask your question. So if people are short, straight to the point, that will offer other people the opportunity to also ask questions or share their reflections. So here, please.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Thabo Ditsile. I'm a professor of linguistic anthropology at Tshwane University of Technology. I don't wish to spoil the mood, but if I don't ask this question or if I don't make this comment here, the question for me is at which stage will be appropriate for it. For the longest time, maybe 20 years, I've been asking this question of representativity when it comes to our languages. We know that the people who told us, who defined language for us, are not us. If you go into why we have the languages that we, the 9 that we say are official, and you check who defined them to be languages, it's not us. If you want to know who I am, you ask me, you don't tell me who I am. There are people in Mpumalanga, in Limpopo, in the Eastern Cape, whom we tell who they are. Now, on a day like this, I ask myself a question. If Obulelas Lobedu, what should you speak on a day like this? Should you speak Sepedi because that's a language that was imposed on you? Or do we encourage you to speak Kilobedu? If you are in the Eastern Cape and Umubata, are you free to express yourself in Isbata and say, this is who I am, this is the culture that I should be allowed to practice? I mean, when you look at Census 2022, it tells us that Bapedi are 10% of the population. So I'm asking, if are you comfortable with that? Do you not want to know what population or what fraction of society are you? So these are the things that on a day like this, we should really be looking closely at. When you say practice who you are, what should they practice? It's a question not for the panel, it's a question for all of us. And finally, we have a student at TUT who is doing a study on the exclusion of some languages in the national anthem. I'm waiting to hear what her findings will be, because I can imagine a child in Thohoyandou being asked to sing the national anthem, and they don't see themselves in it. No word in the national anthem is Chivenda. No word. Ke Motswana. So even if Setswana is not in the national anthem, I can understand every word, so I can relate to my national anthem. But a Tsonga-speaking child has to sing someone else's national anthem, not theirs. These are the things that we should engage with. And as a sociolinguist, these are the questions, these are tough questions that I ask on a platform like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Second question, please. Go ahead.
Tovela. Kena Matevani Wishielo. I'm a UNIMS alumni. I'm a part-time educator and part-time farmer. So mine is just a comment. In terms of translation, go re ba fetolela polelo go polelo ya letsele. Ge go gola go ile go ba le monno mongwe ba se a rutega. Ba lo ba rata go fela a dula le rena ge re ya sekolong. Bale o ile a bala dictionary nngwe be ba re ke popular dictionary. O ile a bala ka mola a hwetša ba ngwadile leleme, and then ka thoko nngwe ba ngwadile language, and then ga ya mo a hwetša ba ngwadile sehlare, and then ga ya ka thoko nngwe a hwetša ba ngwadile gore ke medicine. And mola ile gore mo Sepedi has bare Sepedi ba lobedi kwa morago re gola be ba re ke Sesotho sa Leboa, ka gore ke Sesotho sa Leboa be ba ka re tša polelo tšela ka moka tša kua Leboa. Jwale ile nako e ntse e tla ba rona ba ka se re ba ka se bolele ka polelo a lena ka geography, ba ka se re gore jwa Leboa or Northern Sotho ke mostly ba Sepedi, mara Sepedi ke phate nngwe ya Sekhukhune. Jwale monnola o ile ga re o tlo bolela le rena ka gore ba ke dulang le bona ba rata go bolela Sekgowa. A kgantsetša tšhometše ga gore it was very hot, and then we sit under the medicine, and then ga boa gape a ya ka butšhareng go be go rekiša monno mongwe wa le Afrikaner ka re ka kua a gešo go ne phate ngwe ke dipolaseng a tsena ka mola re no give me a language of a cow, and then each of which o e tsere ka kua go popular dictionary mola le gore leleme le ra gore language ebile gone le gore ke leleme ke polelo. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much. Another one, here's one. Hopela sesekamo. Okay, so one additional hand. I think maybe I'll take 2 or 3 extra, and that will be it. And then we'll give it to the panel to offer their reflections, and then we're closing. I see you in that.
Tovela, nna ke mokono wa ntšhidi kgolo tše kgolo ra madi a matlala bokone se nya botse a inyiša madi o tlala sentlwana Alo, ba re kgomo e nye boloko ka moka. Question, I get to question or get like King Mara. Renal Botata as South Africa. I think we move her to a wrong direction. Country I promote one language which we know is Zulu. I don't know if Kamgarma Zulu or maybe I could say. Media is worse. 161 to be specific, Kiama Zulu. I get bonally a very beautiful tale, yeah, then develop kingdom and chieftaincy. The way by Tushijanka on a fast Shaka Ilem reputation, Yashaka Ilem, the same Shaka Aragistan country. By Tushijanka Pela, by Kata fell no fell, by getting Shaka, I think Rukushish. I know that's such a Kushurna, Pafenriche, Commander Belengi, Uinemang, Pohoshi or Ma, Barcatines Langushagar. Like Arsa Gushi, like Lernar says the barrel paid. Or Botulari, Little Hoshama Tala, Batakana Wang, who did Utile Wang or Mapedia, Ubelas Kukunala Matala, Lea Lebuaco Mulia, Baba Lobedu Bachakai, Langushagar. Venda has a very beautiful story of Venda one. Very beautiful. We don't know why Baboloka Bushi, Basadi Basile Kung, Langushar Growing. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful for Renaldi study guide Spedi, Kikono Exa Gushigamo, Kibalagam Renaldi tutorial letter just Spedi, Renali, what's making Lar upload Yalamala Warabona Kushara Lebu, Mara, Joache, TV, Ibatrom D, TV, Revela TV, Revela social media. Harry Movela Qua Mazulu and Mazulu TV, Banal Duranta Labanacho TV. Is that Ulangushager? So make you pelori. At least living fitishe mulaja or go Panyasa Lisufi, Mimi Premier. Or Nari Bereke Juan Tabaye Auri. Country Kimazu, Lura Hapeleja. Like the heritage, so into Raparedi Peter Mazulu. The Ketcha Mazulu. Go and create one TV. Papa Narabon. We have 11 official languages in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. I think a rethinking in the media, I think Mr. Musina will speak to that just in a moment. Era.
Sanbona. Ikamalam Mtanda Zogamasego. I'm an educator by profession. Well, I would pose a question and accompany it with also a comment. In the education sector, we detect the fact that, learners struggle because of the medium of communication that we are using. So I believe it's everyone's quest and wish to use their mother tongue in communicating. But my question is, don't we think, since the people who reduced our languages into writing were not us, it actually resulted in a lot of different dialects that we are having? Because if I'm to observe, you are having similar words in Setswana, in Sesotho, in Sepedi. I believe if this language was to be harmonized, and endeavor to come up with a language which would be competitive enough to write our books that we are using in schools, I believe it would be useful. I think harmonization of some of the dialects without the attempt to suppress others, contemplating the fact that they all deserve to be equivalently considered, so that we live with love, we end up in a position whereby we point fingers at each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was a comment there at the back, and then one last one, yes, here on my right. Thank you so much. Era.
Thank you very much, Program Director. What a young Program Director that has achieved so much. I asked my neighbor and said, "Kiana profu mwana umunyani o?" And my neighbor said, "Yes, but ichauke imhlengwe abusheni ichauke shawumba shabanzilo. My question is noting how Swahili was developed. Do we as South Africans explore that question, the challenge whether we should develop one South African language? So that is my question. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you so much for being sweet and short. And then we've got our sister this side.
Dumelang kaofela. Lebitso la ka ke Masibidi Sitakabapela and ke tswa South African Center for Digital Language Resources. Thank you for the invite. We are hosted at the Northwest University and we are supported by the Department of Science and Innovation. So, ke leboha haholo with the proceedings of the day, especially the discussions that we have been having. But ke na le problem ya hore as a language activist, language practitioner, language researcher, lerato la language, la puo, le kala hae. Le kala hae, ha le lo kala sekolong. And I am saying that because I remember when I was at university, potso ene ke botso ene le hore o tlo etsang ka Sesotho. Sesotho se tlo etsetsa eng. Now it brings me to another point ya hore if we are going to talk about our languages, improving them, making sure hore le tsona e ba languages tse leng hore di a sebediswa in the economic front, we need to also, very importantly, make sure we also discuss careers that are actually di tsamaelana le di language tse re di buang. Because I'm quite happy we've got students here because it's quite hard to araba potso ya hore na o tlo etsang ka Sesotho, hore na o tlo etsang ka Sepedi, hore na o tlo etsang ka Setsonga. It is a very hard question. And sometimes you find that our careers re di thola ha sentse re entse bo master se kae kae ha santsaneng o le ho BA mo a o so bone hantle hore now what is actually happening, which I am quite happy hore this event etsahala in the vicinity of very important people by long hore they are great decision makers, especially in terms of now trying to figure out hore na ha re shebile what we are teaching. And also, most importantly, bana ba rona ba fella kae ha re qeta ba fa di degree tsa bona. Because we are an institution e leng hore ke a thuto. And also, I mentioned where I come from because re sebetsa ka di language technologies. We try by all means to make sure that we work, we develop language resources, technological language resources for all the official languages in the country. And currently, sign language now that is the 12th. Now, how are we actually going to work with it? But realika, the technologies are there, we've got the support, but also we are trying to take the technologies to people by long. But again, the question remains. That is what most people but told. So, to everyone, I would like to challenge us, let us make noise about careers in our languages. We do not only have writers, we do not only have poets, we do not only have, it's only a few who know about them. It's only a few people what is a computational linguist. And I must say, at the moment, we don't even have enough computational linguists in the country.
Yeah.
And bana ba rona re ba baleisa maths. How we are in the field of computational linguistics, you need to have the basics. It's a pure maths. Ha ke bui the other maths early. If we are discussing careers of the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the comments and the questions that have been posed. So I'm going to turn back again to my panelists and hand back to you. And please feel free to respond to any question that has been posed that you think speaks to you. And as you do that, also just your concluding remarks as well, please. Prof. Mpo, and then we'll go that way.
Thank you, Program Director, and the questions that have been raised. I think the colleague that mentioned that he's a lecturer actually reacted to the first comment, and then about the harmonizations of the language. Especially with the issue of Northern Sotho, there's still a case going on, and there are many theories about that, especially when you say Sepedi is a bigger dialect within Northern Sotho, but others will argue that Sepedi is a Sesotho sa bobedi. So there's still much debate that we have to do more research, and it also moved towards that harmonization. We can harmonize within Sepedi or harmonize within Sesotho group or within Nguni group. So that is the debate that is going on. And then on the joke that has been shared, that side about the translation. Northern Sotho is one of the most complicated languages that I've ever learned. A person would say Kiabua. If he says Kiabua, it doesn't mean I'm coming back. It means I'm leaving. I'll come back. And a person will say Kifitile Garai. It doesn't mean he passed the home. No, it means he went into the home and then go out. But somebody who's speaking Setswana, when you say Kiabua, you might think that you said you're coming back. So those are some of the context is very key in that regard, and the languages can borrow from each other. The other day we were having an argument about a Xitsonga speaker who translated the key as a shiletelo, and then the other one was saying kiskia. I was saying that we rather call it shiletelo, no, kisipedi, kerno, but at least if you borrow from Sepedi, you are enriching both languages. Rather than you should borrow from our own languages first before you go to the others. So that was my argument, but they were saying that, but officially they recognize Shikia, but it should be. And career-wise, you're right, now we are moving into a digital world. We should also move towards that. Hence, even in our collaboration, we do, earlier on we were told about the launching of the Onexi platform, wherein we have catalogued the already 100 best books that in isiXhosa, in Sesotho and Setswana, and other languages are also going to come, so that people can have a direct access if they want to buy these books in indigenous languages. So technology is the way to go also, even in terms of gamification, so that people here at UNISA, we also have that project wherein they are trying to gamificate the proverbs, wherein they are in emojis in indigenous languages, and then the kids can play using those apps. Is led by Dr. Letswalo. Thank you.
I think maybe I will respond to some of the questions, not answer, but respond. In isiXhosa, there is a saying that say, "Inqai ingena ngentlonto." It means, loose translation, before you the head is bowed, you start with a small. Now, when we talk about language translation, we need to imagine, I do something when I'm at home and I'm trying to teach my kids. I watch those old movies and series that we had before 1994. For example, Ingqumbo Yeminyanya. For me, that's Steve Biko 101. You can see there, Biko to write Black Consciousness, read Ingqumbo Yeminyanya, but it shows you how the colonizer were just so small. You know, today, they are at the place where we were when they came. But the diligence in which they did what they did without giving up. And they were able to transform us into what we are today. And I think for us to do the language transformation, even decolonization, it is to understand that inqai ingena ngentlonto. In saying that, is that for me, in the discussion on language transformation, we need to include the philosophers, the historians, the theologians. So, for example, inyanga zonyaka ngesixhosa umqungu uJanuary. And now, when you translate those languages, you don't speak just about naming the months. Actually, you are talking about the vegetation system. You are talking about the galaxies, because uCanzibe, which is May ngesixhosa, is a star that's shining a particular time. Isilimela, the reason why the boys were taken to the mountains in June, in the sky, there was a sign within the stars, how they, like the milky, they see the stars when they are milky like that. That is Isimilimela. So when we teach our young people indigenous language, you are killing one is it a bird with one? You see, exactly, because you are also telling them what is the right month. Ikhala lipumanini, which is alu, it's July. July in isiXhosa inyanga yekhala, which is inyanga ye alu. You know, so we are doing so many things with that. That's why you need the philosophers and all people to be involved. Even the story that I started with, Professor Dube was helped actually by the AIC people that we look down on. Because there is the politics of class within the churches. There's the settler colonial churches, your Dutch Reformed Church, and etc. And then there is the colonial churches, which is the Methodist churches, and all Anglican churches, and those are the colonial churches. Within this, there are politics that the Zion churches, Shembe, and all the indigenous churches are nonsensical. But actually, these churches left the mainline churches because they wanted to practice their culture, their language, and all this. But when they moved also into their own space, they were met with the translation of Badimo as, you know, they then used their own unwritten language, you understand, to then subvert the colonial agenda within the Bible. So it was the mothers and the grandmothers we looked down on that helped the professor who's trained, who's a New Testament scholar, who's trained in language, who has studied Greek, that she didn't realize this. It took those people who are in the ground. So for me, I do think if we talk about this, we need to start it at a grassroots level. We have Ispitori in the harmonizing of language. Why Ispitori is not developed? I, as a Xhosa from Eastern Cape, I can hear everything through Ispitori. You know, because it encompasses all languages. But why are we not developing this language and make it to harmonize our languages within the context of Pretoria? Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That was beautiful. I'm truly inspired today, you know. Kibanabo Mem Maralo over here, Ntate Mavuto Stole, as well as Nehonalin Tato Mwakilwitz. Marake Hopala, that series when I was growing up, Nebari Bito Libikisaro, Maker. Yes. So maybe just to go to, okay, before I go to the media part, now I had a bit of an advantage growing up, or I grew up in a mining town. So when I grew up in that mining town, there were various languages. And I always tell people, for example, that when you go to Musina, it's a small town, so a lot of people don't know Musina. You won't believe that the first school, primary school, up to, I think it was up to standard 8 or so, or standard 7, it was a Sepedi school. And so everyone who was from there had to do, in fact, Northern Sotho, to be up. Had to do Northern Sotho. It was because it was started Kabahananwa, you know, that were from Bochum side, you know, came and they were the first academics, and they started that school, and everyone would do that, you know, go and study there, and then eventually when you reach a certain stage, then you go to one of the homelands, and then you go learn your language, you know, for example. So, but that was just slightly just before my time, so I had a bit of that. And then just going back to what the prof mentioned, when you say, I also have issues sometimes when someone says, okay, so wena umuing, umuvenda, umupedi uing, kirno, yes, kimuvenda, yes, my mom, because my mom is, but kimira, because my dad kimira. And I was like, mira king. And then now I have to explain. Or no, reapa svira. And then, oh, okay, reapa svira. Then, but okay, can you say something? Okay, nara retapato. O tsana leba lovedu, tsana leba tokwa. Like rumvadi L, you know? When you say tadi, kitadi, so there's no L. We remove the L's and then we, you know, so I try and explain it that way so that people understand. And then they're like, okay, so mara leba pedi, no, araba pedi. Because when you go to Botswana, where my paternal grandmother is from, Kobubonong, kiba viralbona, bapa exactly the way reapa okaona. You know, first when I went there, I used to be like, so liwas vira, no, arbui sivira, reapa sivira. So we are the exactly same people. You know, just that we are divided by rivers and borders and all of that, but we speak the very same languages. So, and I also look at a language like Kilovedu, for example, because I did do Chivenda and Sepedi at school. So, and when I look at Valovedu writing, trying to write in Kilovedu, and then I see the influences mostly from the Sepedi side or from the Northern Sotho side. And then I say, if they can just learn a little bit of Venda, because there's so much Chivenda in Kilovedu. You can borrow some of the orthography, you know, from the Venda side. You know, for example, where you have to pronounce a word like do, you know, which is D-O, but, you know, it's got that, yes, at the bottom, you know, just to change the intonation or just to, you know, change the way that is, you know, so I like what you said, Prof, that, you know, we can all borrow from each other because there are just so many similarities. And the more you learn, the more you realize that we are all we need amongst us. We just have to put together the diversity that we have. And I'm telling you, and I like what you said about the wisdom in the languages. Our languages have so much wisdom. We do not need people from outside to come and tell us these things, you know, because they are there. They're embedded in those proverbs, you know, the knowledge, the wisdom, it is embedded. It's there. You just have to take time to read and you learn and you will find that. And then just going to Overlechika Sizulu, or why is isiZulu dominating so much? All right. I must be grateful. NasiZulu, I learned it from watching Bobra Mavuto, you know, watching the dramas back then, because I'm from Limpopo. Now it's NasiZulu, but that's how I learned isiZulu. And it's Xhosa. That's how I learned. You know, I love that so much. You know, so it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I also like what you said, but before you walk, you need to crawl. So the isiZulu language, I think they are at a point where I think that, okay, fine, they are in the majority. So usually what happens is with advertisers and with broadcasters, but not all of them. When you look at SABC, you know, the national broadcaster, they really try to accommodate all the languages. The issues I mostly see from the commercial stations like your Mnet, Mzansi. And I sat down, I remember, I said this the last time I was here in UNISA about 2 years ago, you know, or 3 years ago now. And I asked the panel that was sitting in isiMazulu, the people that make those decisions for those shows to go on air, there was probably like maybe one Mzulu speaking. In Elibapedi, Bavenda, Batonga, it's mostly my people. And I asked them, Hore, but why do you not commission shows in our languages as well? And then they said, no, the numbers are small, no, but you know, our people, you know, do watch Voskim Sam, Bomuvango, you know, and all of that. You know, why don't, it shouldn't be necessarily about, the limitations shouldn't be about language, you know, for example. But I think that, again, it goes back to how we have been, you know what I mean? How we have been conditioned, you know, so to speak. Somebody said to me, Skim Sam, for example, is mostly watched in KwaZulu. But what does that tell you? Because they have more numbers there. It does not necessarily mean, Hori, AmaZulu do not watch shows in other languages. They do watch. So I think what we need to start doing is to be more inclusive. And also another thing that AmaZulu beat us, they believe in the arts. Not that now we don't. we do. But I think we need to get to a point, like Ojo Limpopo a lot of the times, you don't find a lot of young people saying they're going to study drama. But if you go to KZN, for example, there's a lot of those young people. So I think Lerona, as parents, we also must, try and encourage our kids to be more involved in the arts, to see the arts as something viable, to see the arts as something that definitely you can commercialize. Because we all have a lot of unique stories to tell. We all have a lot of beautiful stories that we need to tell. So I consider myself a language activist, especially for the marginalized languages. Your Kilovedus, your Isindebele, your Swatis, we need to start getting more of those as well, on national television. And while I was sitting with that very same panel, it's one of the things that I raised, that I have something that I have written in Isindebele as well as Swati, and it's going to incorporate Spulana, because I want to focus on Mpumalanga, for example. And then they said to me, hey, you're going to struggle finding actors who speak those languages. Even Chivenda, for example, Dada Duma, Memaralo would know. Dada Duma would always say, it's very difficult to find Chivenda-speaking actors, like good actors that you can put on TV. It takes time, to develop. It takes time because, you have to be trained. You have to do all of that. Even Shizonga, for example, also has those issues. But the talent is there. It just needs to be harnessed. It's just, you know what I mean? We just need to train, our young people. We just need also government also believing more in that. I myself, I want to give back more to our province, back home, Limpopo, Mpumalanga. I really, because there's so much diversity. There's just so much diversity. So I think we'll get there in time. Ne?
Thank you. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate your patience up to now. I think these are very critical conversations, a very important topic, and we only have half a day, and I'm hoping that the conversations will continue over lunch. I still have a few items on my program to go through. Gyabona Mema Rauter from Pebatwabaholo wants to say a word, after which I will then officially thank my panel.
Dumelang, Molweni, Absheng, Demasiari, Demadegwana. I used to think about Demadegwana. Bommeba, Demadegwana, Omangabar, Nimadegwana Burka, Bommeba Batsuba Matekwa. Anyway, I'm not going to be long. I shouldn't have been speaking. I'm here as a guest of Eleanor and everybody in the room. Nakimo rakimo taung wa hlalele sebata wa ntiti ya morapedi ya nwang bese la kgomo e tshwane peto e le ka namolana. Ntate ha ho fihla dipasa o tate mokgethi mo taung low. A ke tsebe low re ba tlile le yona ka empa re ba taung. Ntate o nahana ore pasa ya hae ne ba batla o mo classifier colored. No, I'm not a colored. I'm not a mixture of black and white. Ke morwa. But what is morwa? Are maghoisan. The koi and the sun re barwa. We are not coloreds. There's a big difference. Colored and barwa. So nna ke setlolo sa barwa. Ntate unahana ore ba mo bitse le colored. Jwale kopo ya ka mo ka jeno isicelo na endinaso apha ndifuna uthatha ixesha lenu. Ha ke so bone anywhere more ho rutwang bana puo ya maghoisane. In your universities, do you lecture in the Khoisan language? What are you waiting for? The Khoisan are the first inhabitants of this country, Southern Africa. Before le tla ga o fela le trekker le fitla ga before le tswa mo le tswang ho na le ntwe neng kulisa bohloko le ho feta e ya hore rona we hate other African people from the continent. So ke ba hopotsa batho ke re ngathi ya khohle ukuthi na o phumale kwa Mzilikazi. The original inhabitants ke batho ba heso barwa. Maghoisan, not Mahottentot. We don't like that word. I really rate leo. Yeah. Re barwa. Language ya rona ya barwa ke a le kopa
ho be le ka mokgwa le ka e introduceang even in primary schools right up to your universities. Then you will have completed the journey of reclaiming what is ours in this country. Ke a leboha.
Perhaps I'm truly, truly thankful for the discussions and for the lessons. One of the critical challenge for the country is on mathematics. And a lot of young people I've looked who have done so well in their studies did not succeed in maths. And perhaps we have not invested in the teaching of our languages to propel mathematics and science subjects. The argument for humanities, the arguments for social sciences, the arguments for emancipatory projects are very clear, very cogent, and very illuminating. However, if you look at the dependency of our societies on imported aspects, you can therefore understand that we have throttled the innovation spirit of our people because we have not looked at the languages and how they improve natural sciences and mathematics. And I hope in the discussions we will not leave that, because the dependency factor that we see in most countries in the continent may also be to us having trivialized our languages, having not seen their import, especially for these subjects that are quite central on how we developed products, processes, and systems that aid our humanizing systems. And I think let's not forget that aspect. It's quite important, and we see a lot of young people not being able to accessing higher education, whether TVET education or university education, because they're excluded on those. And I think it is an important invitation, an ethical call that we must attend to, because majority of young people are left out of places of learning because we have not prioritized this matter. So I'm inviting our collective commitment to trying to look beyond the languages themselves, beyond the humanizing factors, but also to how we propel agency in those systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Memaralo and Professor Puleng Linkabula. I'd like Prof. Linkabula, Prof. Nkosi, Ntate Sithole, le Mme Eleanor to please come join me and assist in thanking our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause, please. If you could just stand up and come join us here. Thank you so much, colleagues, as you take your seats. And as we continue to move on in our program, I can see we're becoming a bit restless. Re tlo ja haufinyana hle, kopa se ke la fela pelo. And now I'm going to invite Sesi Matoke to offer us her gifts once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward.
They're still getting ready. We are about to come just now. Yeah. Bokhabo le mabothaka a setso a loditswe tsošološo maipolelo a ditso tša seafrika a tlile a gomme ka rena lelopo go manka nna le a re otlela re diesele re ditonki re dipokolo re a goeletša ra laodiša re a le rapeletša ebile re a le hlakodiša bana ba mmala sebilo boang gae medung yela ditšong tšela tša bolena tša kgale tša mehleng ya kgale bapedi ba mmamotlwanoko matšhona matebele mašankane ya nkunkunyane maswatiagas yo puswa mazulu a mozelekasi le batswana ba mmangwato. If we reunite again and again, we will gain letšatši lela le tlo kwatamela letsopa la mmala moso. Was aras aramis aras arani media elela mu Africa will perish, death will vanish, uchiwa kipiri utlotse ka monga seloko bokhabo le mabothaka a setso a loditswe mmino diletšo dijo dirato le meaparo tša naga di a opa-opa hle re buleleng difata re tsena Musari aga sitla kama sigar kama vanesela kalak. Musari aga sitla kama sigar kama vanesela kalak puta. Musari aga. Musari aga. Musari aga. Agewe musari alawaka. Yeah, musari agasita kama sigari kama valisila. Siwe. Korea.
Sure, ra leboga, ra leboga, ra leboga. Ah, but our languages are beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next item. We indicated at the beginning that today we are in partnership with the Tshwane University of Technology, and now I would like to invite a representative from the Tshwane University of Technology to come and offer a message of support.
Program Director, thank you so much for the opportunity. On behalf of our Executive Dean, Professor Mashupie Masrumule, you are supposed to give the message of support, but because of some urgent commitments at a university level, he could not manage to attend the event. So, Munaring, Dr. Letswalo, you are just a true representation and a true reflection of our generation. So we appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with the University of South Africa, Puku, and also ILIFA on this important event, which I consider as part and parcel of the decoloniality project, from different speakers who gave different presentations. You tend to realize that there are some few qualitative themes that dominated the discourse. There are those who talked about the linguistic injustices that happened in the 17th and also in the 18th centuries. Because for us to come here and talk about African indigenous languages, it is also important for us to understand that there's no way in which you can talk about these languages without looking into the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government during the colonial era, because all these languages that are cited in the section 6.1 of the Constitution are actually colonial constructions. And it is for this reason that even some of the important language acts and language policies were informed by inaccurate analysis of the socio-linguistic realities of the South African context. One of them is the language and education policy, which talks about the mother tongue. And when you check the socio-linguistic realities, you tend to realize that the concept of mother tongue is a misnomer in a South African context because it does not exist. You go to Mapulaneng, this is a unique ethnic group. They've got their own unique language with the unique linguistic repertoires. But when they go to school, they are confronted with a different language. And according to the language in education policy, they are expected to take that language as their mother tongue. But when you go home, you are confronted with a different language. So it is important for us as linguists to participate in the national discourse. In 2023, speaking of the significance of this event, good people, one of the recommendations that were postulated during the BRICS Academic Forum was the issue of local languages and how these local languages should be utilized so that they are able to contribute positively into the political economy of the country. So I think to Letswalo and the team, you should also maybe try to leverage on the qualitative themes that emerged in this event so that going forward we are able to see postgrad students trying to research about some of these important issues. So in short, on behalf of the People's University, re leboga ka diatla tše pedi to partner with you on this important event. We appreciate the opportunity to also participate in the national discourse. Our students are here, our master students are here, our lecturers are also here. So, re leboga ka diatla tše pedi. This is a very beautiful event. And when things are like this, ka sepedi ba fela ba re mo ntshepetša bošego. Re a leboga.
And for that challenge, what are we going to do with the themes that came up here? I like that you said you have your master's students also here, UNISA students as well, if you've been thinking about what topic, maybe, because sometimes it's a challenge, there's an invitation. And now I would like to invite the representative from the National Language Services to also come and offer a message of support. Let's please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Solim Nisi. I'm representing the National Language Service. I'm standing in big shoes because my seniors couldn't be here for some reasons. They have many engagements elsewhere. As I speak, we are partnering with PanSALB and the Department of Education in Mpumalanga, where they are celebrating the same event in Mbombela, Nelspruit. As a department or the National Language Service, it's very encouraging to see people gathered in this fashion to celebrate International Mother Language Day. But what is more fascinating about the event, people talk about issues that were raised many years ago, issues such as harmonization. It pains me because those were the issues that were there for the past 30 years. And it keeps bothering me because I'm asking myself, how long will the narrative go? Because we should be now implementing what we have been talking about in the past 30 years. We cannot be standing here in 2025 still arguing about maybe how do we harmonize our languages, whilst at the same time we are recognizing languages such as South African Sign Language as the 12th official language that still needs to be developed further. I think we need to be very ideologistic in terms of what we need to do in moving forward. This narrative has been going on for many years. I've been in this practice for almost 30 years now. And I will soon be retiring, and really we can't. Something needs to happen. We need to do something to make sure that indeed the next generations to come are given an opportunity to master, to practice in their indigenous languages. As Dr. Rakgokgo was standing here, I'm thinking of Dr. Rakgokgo and Prof. Ditsile. Projects such as the work integrated learning. There was a colleague from Sadila, I don't know if she's still here, who spoke about how do we give young people opportunities who have studied languages to practice in those languages. And I feel that we don't really do enough to make sure that students who study languages up to master's, doctorate level are given an opportunity to do learnerships, work integrated learning, so that at the end of the day, they get to feel the practice and know exactly what the expectation is when they have completed their studies. But thank you to TUT. Since I think around August last year, we are now partnering with them where I think last year we had an intake of about 20 students which came to the National Language Services. I think they spent a month with us where we were taking them through the reins, showing them how we do things in terms of translation and editing, the work that it's done in as far as human language technologies, terminology development, as well as language policy and development. It's a good start, which I would really like to see it happening across the institutions. Of course, we are limited in terms of resources. We cannot accommodate everyone. I think we need to foster close working relationships and partnerships if we are really serious about this. But thank you for inviting us, and I hope this is the beginning of good things to come.
And thank you for reminding us again, hore, tau hai rora fela, empa e sa etse letho, hwa tshwana. So we cannot keep talking, and hopefully before you go on your retirement, you would have seen more action than you have up to this point. So the challenge has been thrown at us, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we are now almost at the end of our event, and I would like to call Professor Siyasanga Tyali, who is the director for the School of Arts in the College of Humanities, to come and please give the vote of thanks. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
That is true. Thank you so much, the ever graceful Professor Sekgalo. And I think that a few minutes ago, Umamu Sisulu said that I must acknowledge the great job that you did throughout this entire session. Thank you so much. Colleagues, maybe I should start from the start. Good afternoon. Dumelang, Loshani, Nda, Fede. All right. Colleagues, I know that, in fact, it is often said that it is a cruel, cruel thing to stand before people and food. And so I've been very intentional in terms of making my thank you notes very brief. But first of all, I think that we want to acknowledge the leadership of the university, that is the University of the Land. You may have heard earlier on the People's University, but I want to acknowledge the leadership of the University of the Land, particularly our mother, the VC, Professor Lengabula. And of course, as we thank the VC, we also want to congratulate her for her second term as the VC of this great university. And of course, we look forward to assisting and working with her as she accomplishes great things on behalf of this great university. The VC often uses the word to co-construct, which I often think it is an invitation to work with and along her in building and rebuilding the University of the Land. So thank you so much, VC, for the support. And then secondly, in his absence, we do want to thank the Premier, Undate Upanyaza. And I wanted to say that the Premier is always assisting in terms of some of the great events in this university. The last time we saw him, he was supporting the Percy Koboza Memorial Lecture. And so I think we recognize the fact that he is always available in terms of the projects of the University of the Land. So to those who are here, may they then just pass on that message. And of course, colleagues would have seen earlier on that there was a signing of the MOU. And that was, of course, a recognition of the partnership that we have with our great partners that we have been working with for the last couple of years. That is colleagues from Pugu, Mai, and of course, Undadu Tole from Ilifa, and the colleagues that they work with. We want to appreciate the partnership and the great work that we are doing together. Thank you so much, colleagues. And of course, we have to acknowledge the leadership of the college, that is our Executive Dean, as well as our Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashau, for the great support that the colleagues often allow us. And I often see them as enablers because we come to them with ideas and then they often say that run with these. And so thank you so much, colleagues. There's a great team which often does a lot of work, including the work around this project and the entire language festival work. And that team is led by Dr. Letsualo. So Dr. Letsualo and the team, I thought that perhaps it's important that we acknowledge the important work that yourselves and the colleagues do when it comes to all of the language-related activities within CHS and particularly also within the entire university. Thank you so much, colleagues. There are, of course, other important partners that we would like to acknowledge. And one of those, it is colleagues from the Tebe Foundation. I'm not sure if they are here. And if they are here, can then they just stand up so that we acknowledge them properly? Because part of the... Thank you so much. Part of the work, and the challenges around language activism and the work that, language practitioners do is the challenge around the support and the investment in languages. And so it's always important to acknowledge the work that is being done to enable the work that in terms of languages. And then, of course, there were the colleagues whom you just saw now, who were on the panel. We want to thank them for the contribution. And as I indicated, I don't want to stand between people and food because it is a very cruel thing. So with those few words, I want to say that ndinithanda nonke emakhaya. Do enjoy the rest of your day, colleagues.
Professor Jali, we thank you as well. Prof. Magano always starts when he does his vote of thanks saying, I'd like to thank myself first, and then start thanking everybody else. As he says, who thanks the one who does the vote of thanks? So we thank you as well, Prof. Jali. I feel like I rushed you. I hope I didn't rush you. No? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close, we heard also the beautiful renditions, and we are still going to dance just now. And our colleagues that make us look beautiful on the screen, and our colleagues there in the kitchen, and our protection services, abomama, bomme, who made sure that this place is very clean and look beautiful for us today. We thank all of you. We acknowledge you. We see you. Jole he ke nako ya dijo. Ke tlo kopa your patience a little bit as we have a protocol that I've been asked that we please follow. We have these tables in front here, table 1, table 2, and table 3. I've been requested that we please allow table 1 to go and dish up and then come back, followed by table 2 and then table 3. And the idea is that in this orderly manner, it will also assist in ensuring that things move fast and things move orderly. And then for the rest of us, we have our colleagues that are stationed around. So they will find you, they will come to your tables, and you'll get to be ushered also so that you can go and dish up. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's allow table 1 to start to go and dish up. I'm not sure how we're going to do this because I'm also supposed to call Pleasure Tamanyalo, but I know what you do to us. In how nje kuvele kube busy. So if we can try and manage that, we can dance and have fun. But we also need to find a way so that when our ushers come to you, your table still manages to go and dish up. So with those words, thank you so much for being so generous. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate all of you. Ke kopa ho invite Pleasure Zamanyalo to do her thing. Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend.